Michael faithful, giveth thee a mouthful. What? It's a Christmas carol. What?
Your people killed Jesus.
Hey, listen, Jesus was one of my people, so he just got an opportunity to start his own business, and look at him now. Look at him now. He's rolling in it.
Yeah, now the only Jesus you associate with cuts your lawn.
That's Jesus.
Oh, boy. And now I'll share that we're live on Facebook.
Hey, Marcy. Marcy on Facebook. Good to see you.
And Peppermint Patty.
Yeah. Yes. Who else? Vinny. Hey, Vinny. Good to see you, man. Who else?
Marcy Douglas.
Everybody.
Ace. Vinny Romano. Ace the dog.
Ace is like, hey, man, how come I'm not getting any top billing here? I'm the most interesting thing this show has going for it.
Well, look, Blue Rhino deer. Blue Rhino deer.
Nice. Does his horn turn red? Only when you yank it.
Mine does.
Oh.
Only the top. The bulbous part.
Ace, Red Rocket.
Thomas. We'll talk about that in a few. Hey, Mark. Mark, good to see you. Hey, this is Johnny Beane, John Mancuda, Neanderpaul. This is Talking Guitars and 80s Metal.
Christmas edition!
Christmas?
It's beginning to look a lot like Fistmas!
December 22nd, 2020.
It's a holy time.
That's
John.
as
8:11 p.m. Eastern.
It's as close as we get to Christmas.
I don't have my Santa hat out. God damn it.
What? Go get it. This is the episode for the Santa hat. Johnny, do you have a Santa hat too?
I don't, but Ace is here.
Oh, there you go. Very nice. Excellent. Good to
know. Paul didn't know. He's like, yeah, huh? Really?
That phone that he dropped on the floor, Ace is on it.
He, I'm sure at some point will destroy something and cause me to go, I got a dog thing. He has learned what WALK means. And every time, because I'm home on vacation, every time I go to the door now, he thinks he's getting one.
Nice.
And now awesome. I think he can spell it now too. Because he's up and he's like, "Did you just say that word?"
Yep. How we learned how to we would say WALK.
Yeah.
We would say W. He knew what W meant. I
thought that was a radio station. WALK. That was on Long Island.
That's in Long Island. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's true, Johnny. Johnny thinks it's a joke. It's serious.
No, it's anything. By the way, Johnny, I don't know if you've ever lived east of the Mississippi. Radio stations east of the Mississippi start with a W.
I lived in Miami for a little bit.
Well, then you know what I'm talking about. The Mississippi River is the dividing line for when radio stations go from W to K. Anything west of the Mississippi, unless it was grandfathered in before a certain date, starts with a K, and then anything east of the Mississippi starts with a W. And of course, people east of the Mississippi can't pronounce the letter W, so it ends up being W.
W. Janice Lala, she knows WALK. My mom used to listen to WALK. It was like all the boring,
John, turn the radio down.
It was all the boring talk guys. You had like, yeah,
it'd be like what's the guy's name? Bruce Williams.
You had Bernard Meltzer and
no way. In Long Island, you say.
Yeah, I know, right? So welcome. It's Bernard Meltzer and WALK. I'm here to complain about a whole lot of things for the next hour. For your
here's the thing, you'll know
pleasure.
For sure, I will not be working on Saturday. Not only do I not roll on the Sabbath, I do not blow on the Sabbath.
And you'll know by the end of the show that your life is way better than mine, but I'm getting paid for this. So,
Moisha and Baldwin, you're up next.
It's the depression hour.
Oh my goodness.
Moisha, go ahead. Bernard, thank you for taking my call. I can't find any good lockers in my neighborhood. Can you help me? Well, where do you live? I live in the Plainview, Long Island, in the retirement community. So,
Roosevelt, you need to move to a better neighborhood.
Holy Hannah, you're alive over there? Get your kisses out of there.
Roosevelt, you need to go east before the sun goes down.
I see Amber Poor says the Paul Harvey show. Paul Harvey with another boring story that I'm going to drag out. So a woman in Woodmere got a flat tire. She walking to the gas station, finds the gas station. It's closed. But there's a man working there. Average man, working there pumping gas, but he's not a mechanic.
I always thought Paul Harvey was a narcoleptic. You know what I mean? I just figured he was asleep and he'd just be like, Wednesday in Washington, the president woke up. And
he just kind of drowsed off mid-story. Yeah. Mechanic working there. And at the end of the show, there's Paul Harvey
with the rest.
Good day
of the story.
Mr. Harvey.
Good day is like somebody went, okay, Paul, now we're going to take your rectal temperature. Good day.
Paul Harvey. Good day. It's like after Magoo masturbates. Oh, Magoo.
Got it in my one eye, don't you know?
You boy, find the fattest goose in the window at the store down the road. The ghosts have done it.
I never understood what road hog meant until, you know.
That's how my mom drives. Road hog.
Roadhog is what your father used to give me.
He gave me his roadhog. While we were driving, I'd sit on his lap and he gave me the roadhog.
Roadhog is how you got here, Jonathan.
And when he didn't shave it, it would be the hedgehog.
Moment of silence for the soon-to-be incarcerated for the rest of his natural life, hedgehog.
And brought to you by Bang Energy Drink, all these lovely double entendres. New flavor, by the way, all natural froze rose. Add that one to the lineup, boys and girls.
You heard that the guy who invented the double entendre died, right? And his wife is taking it very hard.
Boom. She was taking it hard before he died.
Really?
By the way, we're
what do you know from Funny You Bested?
We're 10.5 minutes in. We haven't even read credits or roll call yet.
What the hell kind of a show is this?
Let's thank our executive producers who right now are face palming that they've written checks for this. Charles Green, Joe Chriskin, Wayne O.A., Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Ben Tom, Mike Neese, Frank Corcoran, Mike Neese, he wants you to lay down with him. Frank Corcoran, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Dan Halen, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael?
Steve Carmichael. And Charles Green. Thank you, man.
And someone do a roll call. We got a nice crowd today of our beloved audience.
I'd love to do a roll call, but I still can't sign into YouTube because for
I can't reason, either.
It doesn't remember my password.
I can't either. Johnny? And give the Facebook shout
new
out. New
feature available now on Johnny Beane TV Facebook. Facebook stars.
We're stars. We're stars. I can hold the note longer than you.
This guy's left over from Saturday,
man. I don't know. I think I could hold the note long. You want to try it?
Oh boy.
On the count. No, okay.
We got Ace
You're
the
still a
dog.
better singer
because everybody would be like, "We're gone.
We've had enough of your stupid show." Meh, Cuda.
Meh, Coda.
Another wasted few hours of my precious Christmas shopping humbug days.
Meh, Coda. I don't have many of these hours left, and I have to spend them bitching.
Meh, I'm on my way out.
Meh.
Meh.
My sperm made a really ugly, stupid kid.
That's what my dad would say. What is that, Johnny? What is that you're flashing on the screen? What is that?
It's some sort of a pastry of some sort. It's a Yoda pastry.
Is it like a fuckable pastry you want me to glaze or something?
It's like an apple pie or something, but it looks like
Warm apple pie, baby.
it's like some dude. Hey,
I like how he's on. I like how he's on my head.
It's Grogu after him being roofied.
Wait.
Dave
There we
Nesdall
go.
in the house.
Yo,
Hello, Dave.
Happy holidays, Mr. Nez. Nez says on Thursday nights.
I was supposed to be on that show once. Never happened.
Once.
Little Danny Verman reference.
That happened to me once.
Once. It's an 88 Magnum. It shoots through schools.
oh my gosh. Okay,
What a great holiday episode.
A reference to freaking Johnny Dangerously, and you're like, oh my god.
oh, I've never seen it.
I
Of
know.
course
We
not.
know.
So
We
yeah,
know.
so
We
you
know.
know, Johnny.
We
I
know
know.
that. We know.
You've never seen it.
I gotta watch that.
No, you won't. You'll just
No.
you're never gonna see
No,
it.
I've seen the trailer actually.
It's 40 fucking years old, John. If you haven't seen it yet, you're not gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's you'll sooner live in a trailer than see that trailer.
Speaking of trailers, I did see the trailer for Coming to America, and I am frightened that it's going to suck harder than Tracy Lords when she was 15.
And yet the thought of Tracy Lords at 15 really entices me right now.
Well, that's because, see, when Tracy Lords was 15,
All
I
the
was
good movies were out.
I was 15. So
Yeah.
it's not wrong now.
Well, after the Moyle took care of me, it's not long now,
Oh.
but yeah.
Olive Moyle.
Olive!
Wow, it's spinach.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Johnny Beane joke.
all ye faithful.
Hey, Johnny, what's up with that left hand? What are you, fucking Iron Mike Sharp over there? What's going on with your hand? Why do you got fingerless gloves on?
That's what I wear.
You're indoors, sir.
Yeah, what are you going
We-
skateboarding?
We
today,
don't
or
have a heater. You don't have a heater in Santa Cruz.
Are you doing the Madonna thing, or
I mean, you don't have a heater in Santa Cruz. I'm in goddamn Phoenix, Arizona. I'm 4 feet from the sun, and I got a heater.
Uh-huh.
he looked out his window and saw the Star of Bethlehem like right there.
By the way, it is pretty awesome. The past couple of days, we've been able to see sort of that thing lining up, the two planets lining up, sort of deal.
Did you see that last night? You saw that?
Yeah, but for the past couple of days, they've been sort of coming closer and closer. So it's been kind of neat. You'll see like these two orange things in the sky right before sundown here, because we got such there's no clouds or any of that shit here in the desert. It's just wide open UFOs everywhere.
We saw on the on Hollywood, they're like all lining up along Hollywood Boulevard and Vine Street and like all the higher altitudes toward the Hollywood Hills, and they're all like on the top of their car roofs and stuff, and they're all like, look, and they got the families out. It's like, can you just walk out your door and say, oh, there it is?
No,
have,
John, those are just tourists looking at the dinosaur outside the McDonald's.
What was the
Yeah, right.
what was the movie? I think it was Independence Day, where all the people in LA are on top of the Capitol Records building, like,
Yeah. They're all dressed with alien helmets and signs.
They all look like the
Welcome
residents.
aliens. Welcome
Yeah.
aliens. They get
James
blasted.
Gum.
with shit.
Thank you, James.
Johnny, read off the roll call.
The participants.
Yeah, read off.
Didn't see it.
The chat and the Facebook people. Say hi to everyone. It's our holiday.
People are
Didn't see
leaving.
Great.
There was more names in here.
Name. You didn't say their name.
Amber Poor is here. Amber, great to see you on YouTube. Bent Tom. Oh, this is alphabetical.
Oh, good.
Charles Green, Hal Face, Hugh Caldwell, James Gum, Janice Lala, Johnny Beane, John Biel, Kenny Dave, Craven Soda.
I'm guessing. Yeah,
I'm craving some vagina.
Les Mancuda, Meh Cuda, Nez Says, Nightbot, Sandra Picorni. Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Oh, there's more people jumping in. Ted Sanchez, Thomas Santiago, Thrash Metal and Fun Riffs. And it's in alphabetical, so if anybody that jumps in, I can't tell. I don't know.
Just read it.
Yeah, John's not old enough to learn the alphabet yet. He's still trying. We got him for primary colors, and he can count to 14.
As much as Sesame Street taught us, that's what we got to offer.
Today's show is brought to you by the letter F
and triple X.
But there's more people here because there's Facebook as well. So
and the number 69.
Marcy, where Marcy Douglas is, it's cloudy.
Where is Marcy?
Wait! You can't figure out the alphabet, but you can give weather reports.
And now here's Johnny Beane with the weather. Filling in for Les Nessman, Johnny Beane.
It gonna rain.
Hey! Today it was sunny and nice out here in Santa Cruz. But where Marcy Douglas is, it's too cloudy. Thank you.
Back to you, John.
Where is Marcy Douglas?
I don't remember.
Just Marcy, where are you? We're live here. Marcy, where are you?
Michigan.
There you go. Detroit, Michigan.
And hey, Facebook user, welcome.
Hi guys.
Facebook user is the only time you can be anonymous, apparently.
It's Mark Zuckerberg. He doesn't want to say anything. We got Mark Zuckerberg and Tom from MySpace are devout listeners of the show.
And the guy from TikTok. And the guy from Periscope that's going away.
Oh, well.
Goodbye,
going away as in like jail?
They're getting rid of it. Periscope.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah, we'll miss you. Johnny, bang out that roll call.
Huh? I did.
You already did it.
Oh, that's it.
So we
got
like
5 people.
Oh, we got
and
5
the
people.
rest.
And the rest. All right, everybody. Well, welcome,
Mike.
everybody.
Hey, Mike. Good to
Mike
see
Hawk?
you. Man.
Mike Hawk?
Mm-hmm.
He's here?
Cheech is here. Wait a minute. Why is there more? There's more people in the chat than I'm actually seeing in that participants.
Well, hold on. Cheech asked.
The word is participants.
Cheech brought up no pink today, John, and you spelled John wrong. It's Jon. But no, my hat. That's hot. That's hot pink. It's not Christmas red.
It's
Compare
more
it to my shirt.
It's more fuchsia than pink.
Well,
it's almost a fuchsia.
Let me break out my Crayolas and see if it's dog boner Kiesel.
It looks the same. It looks the same as the A in amber there. On the camera,
yeah. No.
it looks purple.
Yeah.
It's almost violet.
It's hot pink. You're turning violet, Violet. By the way, let me point out, because I got this killer shirt. Colleen in the audience sent this to me. This is great. So Santa Claus is coming. That's what she said. That's a great shirt, right? So thank you, Colleen. I appreciate that.
Hang on, I've got a dog thing I got to handle.
Right now, there's a Christmas tree being dragged across Paulie's lawn.
I was going to say, my guess is it's a UPS guy or a FedEx guy that has just soiled themselves.
Nice. And my tree is pink also, Cheech. If you look in the back. Oh, no, there goes the UPS guy. My tree is also my very cute little hot pink tree. You can't really see it in the back, but trust me, it is pink. Very sentimental to me. So there's my hot pink, and there's my Christmas rhino over there. My rhino deer.
No.
There you go. So we're Christmas, but I got the pink on. Always have
Pink
something pink on. I got the pink on.
Stephen Franklin.
Pink
Hey,
on.
dude. Stephen, did you leave me a message somewhere or something?
What are you wearing, Johnny?
That sounds like the bad guy from what was it?
Oh, Jigsaw from
What was
from
no,
Saw?
the cartoon? The cartoon.
Give me a little more detail.
Was it Black Star? There was a guy.
Well,
Let me know
Black Star was the Overlord, and then
in the chat.
Are you thinking Venger from Dungeons and Dragons?
I don't know. I
Give me your weapons.
Steven,
The children need to give me their weapons.
you sent me a message. I saw something somewhere. Hopefully, I'll get back to you.
Music Therapy Laz as asking, who saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus? I saw Mommy giving Santa a hand job. Does that count? You had a hard time getting up the chimney after that.
Getting it up the chimney.
He had a hard time getting it up the chimney.
No, I think he actually got it up the chimney.
Oh. More than cookies and milk this year.
On Messenger. Okay, Steven. Okay, I'll get back to you, man. Awesome.
Nice. Let's see.
Wow.
Of course, my power cord falls out. Nice. My vibrator will never work now. There we go. Okay.
Hey, D. Good to see you on Facebook.
D Snyder? D's here?
Yeah, there is.
DT. How are you, brother? From Canada.
Do they do Christmas up in Canada?
Yeah, Christmas is worldwide. Christmas is everywhere. Yeah, Christmas is everywhere. We got
Oh yeah, because they have that station that shows real time of Santa traveling.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so you can keep track of Santa through the year as he, flies over everywhere. The Santa tracker.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Kurt S5150 says Santa only comes once a year. Hey, Paulie, I was going to ask you this off the air, but I might as well ask you on the air. Have you had stalker problems lately?
Have I had stalker problems lately?
Yeah, like from fans in the audience, because I have a situation.
No, nothing out of the ordinary.
Nothing recently. No.
I mean, other than somebody that wanted me to listen to Backstreet Symphony from Thunder.
That would be me. That's a good album.
It's funny. This band, I went back to this record because I haven't listened to it in like 30 years.
Thank you, Steven.
You got CDs that sort of sit on your shelf. You're like, well, I'm on my way out to go somewhere. Thunder. Why do I own this? And then you put it on and you go, oh, Dirty Love was the single. And it wasn't even the best song on the record. So I went back and listened to it. It has a very Macaulay Schenker group feel to it.
It does, right? They were actually out of nowhere. They were very good.
Well, I mean, they formed and were signed within like 3 months of each other. It was ridiculous.
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 Anyway,
why? Who's your stalker?
No, I just have this weird situation. I think I got to call the police on this. It's like, no, I'm not setting nothing up. I'm just saying, no, there's someone that basically contacted me and said, they contacted me a week ago and said, I know where you live. I said, oh, okay, that's nice. And then, I've watched you sleep. I've been watching you a lot, and I know all you've done. And then it got to a point where he or she said, and I'll be seeing you soon. I'm coming to your house. Yeah. And I'll be coming there when you're sleeping. And
my spam folder picked up one of those things there, but I thought it was a solicitation for dick pills.
Oh, I get those
Yeah.
all the time, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
hoping for a present.
Because it said hold on, I'm coming, and I thought, well, it's either Sam and Dave, the old Blues Brothers influences, or somebody that was trying to get me to buy dick pills.
You
Just
don't
kept
need
saying,
those.
hold on, I'm coming, and I was like, I don't know who that is. Then it says I'm coming to town, and I'm like, I can't read that. I don't know what that font is.
Yeah, he said he'd be in my town too, and that's really scary stuff.
What's today? Well, this weekend, I think, is when I heard.
He said he was coming to see me this week, and when I'm sleeping.
And then the interesting thing about that is, you being a Jew seems like it'd be a weird stop on his route.
Well, for some reason he seems to be partial to Blue Rhino because every year I point out how good I am. I could rattle off not a lot, but I could rattle off something somewhere if I really put my mind to it and lie a bit. But
there's a list. There's a list out there. There's a list of all the nice things that you did.
Well, he said he has a list. He said he has a list of all the stuff, and he says I've checked it twice, and I don't see anything good about it. He says I've been very naughty.
No, you see, that's the thing. You're thinking of the lingerie shop mall, the Naughty and Nice store. That's not a list.
Well, that's possible.
You're not on that list. You're not on any of those lists. You have to stay outside the velvet rope.
I did buy that cod piece to stuff my pants once, but I'm just saying.
It's a general salami that you get at Cantor's for a nice little.
Send a salami to your boy in the army. That's Katz's Deli in New York.
I'm just a little out there in Los Angeles.
I'm just a little concerned.
You should be concerned.
I should call the police, right?
No, you should just don't go to sleep.
That's a better idea. I will be using Bang Energy Drink to make sure that I am up, awake, locked and loaded to blow this guy's head off if he comes into my window or on my window.
Well, bang goes the gun. Or unless you're Babylon AD, then bang go the bells.
I've heard that about it.
Mm-hmm.
What a great song, huh?
Not a bad song.
I love that song.
Weird album. Again, those one. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea.
I think he's there early.
I'm checking the list twice.
Well, just keep in mind, I'm an hour ahead of you, so he could be here early.
By days?
He will be there earlier than here.
Mm-hmm.
By days? I don't know. I keep every year. I'm a really, really, really good boy, and every year I think he's under this impression that I have a coal burning stove, that I have use for something to lower my electric bill, and I don't. I have a fireplace.
You don't have a chimney. You live in an apartment. You have a chimney?
I live in a top floor condo. I have a chimney. Of course I do. I have a penthouse. It's there, man. It's there.
It's between the mattresses.
That's that crusty cracker magazine under the bed.
It was under the mattress I slept on when I was there.
Yeah. No, I have a chimney. It's a white marble chimney that I never will use because then it'll like be full of soot and shit.
I always wonder why any house, and I have one here, any house in Arizona has any need for a chimney whatsoever. Like, in my dining room, another weird place to put a fucking fireplace. In the dining room of my house, there's like a hearth and like a chimney there. I'm like, what? Am I going to set a fire? I live on the surface of the fucking sun. You know what I need, honey? I know it's a beautiful July night and it's 114 outside. Let's cool things off and light a fire.
Ooh, how romantic, a fire.
Yes. Yeah.
It's actually to burn the bodies of of all the people that try to break in.
All the Santas.
No, I feed those to the dogs.
Yeah.
Actually, in Arizona, you don't need a fireplace. You need like an ice place, like something that sends in.
Yeah,
like
a walk-in would be cool.
Like cold. Well, yeah, yeah. But I know Phoenix. I've been there, and when you walk around, restaurants and stuff, they actually have like little like misting areas.
Right? Oh
yeah.
Those are great, actually, because I'm that guy that like the restaurant owners are always chasing away. Hey, you gonna sit here and eat something, or you're just gonna absorb my mist?
Well, they'd appreciate it if you didn't, harken back to your childhood and go down to your underwear and run through the spray. sort of bothers some of the customers.
I used to always do that. I grew up shit poor in New York, and like it's like my dad would turn on the sprinkler and be like, "There's your swimming pool on the lawn." So I'd be like chasing it. I'd be like, I'd be like, like running left, running right, trying to get some of the water.
See, growing up, I lived in the projects in Southie for a while, and there was always one guy that worked for the city of Boston. So the guy that worked for the city of Boston had the wrench that opened the hydrants. So it was like, do the right thing. It was like, do the right thing. They would open the hydrants and the hydrants would just spew until someone from the city would come and shut it down. And then they'd come back out and open it again. And we did the whole thing with the can where you take the can and you scrape it on the ground until the bottom falls off so that you can put it in the thing and like shoot a spout of it. Oh, it was great fun. Nice. I wish I could tell you it was making that up. That all happened.
I wish we could afford a street fire hydrant. After about 15 minutes, my dad would get mad at. I have like all the neighborhood kids on my lawn that didn't have pools also. Dad would be like, I don't own the water company.
Well, that was the funny part. Well, not funny. Funny, not funny. Know, right? But the fire hydrant would be fucking blowing all the water out in the middle of the street on Columbia Road. And there'd be a fire like, in the next project over. Like down on D Street and shit, and the fire department would be showing. They're like, "Why don't we have any water pressure?" Oh, as long as the kids in Bent Court are wet, everything's fine. Fuck it, the buildings are built out of brick anyway. We have a vacancy in Comedy Court.
Nice.
Story.
Chasing it all over the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
Don't drink it all. The grass is gonna get brown and dry.
Bullware says Pepsi sucks. It tastes like dishwater. Here's to dishwater. Blow me.
Yay, dishwater. Fruitcake Tony's in the chat. By the way, I was on Fruitcake Tony's show this past weekend. Show Me Your Pick, episode 26, the Dokken episode. I showed off a couple of George Lynch's stage used guitars. If you guys want to check that out on YouTube. Tony asked,
dreams, my voice ain't lame, and every song don't sound the same.
In my hand, I just came.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Tony wants to know what's the clue for today's show and tell guitar for our Christmas episode. The clue is, and this is no lie, it's long, hard, and you suck on it. That's really the clue. That's really the clue.
Oh boy.
No shit. It's a Wangcaster, I think. That is the clue. It's long, hard, and you suck on it. No lie.
Ace, what do you want? What?
In my dreams, it's still the same. Your love is strong. It still remains.
You know what?
Dreaming of Piggy all night, but I can't sleep.
You know, it's really funny. Kermit actually sounds better than Don right now. I hate to say it.
Never thought our love would last for so long. At this age, it's very difficult to sing this song.
Can we hear a Kermit duet with two Kermits?
Sure.
Like singing the same thing.
What song are we doing? Oh,
in unison?
Stereo Kermit.
If I close my eyes forever, will it all be the same? If I close my eyes forever, will it all remain unchanged? Close your legs. Close your legs. Close your legs, Piggy.
It's the only vagina that smells like bacon. Eduardo Marino Porto just joined the chat.
Eduardo.
Hello, Eduardo.
Hello.
My name is Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. I want my father back, you son of a bitch.
Everyone's like in a Muppet mood right now.
Hey, did you know the Muppets were all over Monday Night Football last night? It was Muppet Night Football. Yay!
I saw that. It was what's the shrimp? The prawn.
Pepe.
Pepe the prawn. He was singing.
Yeah, they had Statler and Waldorf were in the crowd. You know what the best part of this entire football game is? No Muppets.
Wow. No, I didn't see it. I was watching the Saturn or whatever that was.
Why are there so many cans of my soda?
Why am I drinking Bang energy drink?
So
and
much.
it's keeping me awake.
By the way, I believe it's false flag. I saw the picture of your kid. That's awesome. That should be either kid or your grandson or grandkid on social media. That was a great picture. The kid looks like it's about to take a huge bong rip. Awesome.
That's parenting at its finest, kids.
No, it's a great picture. He's clearly very, very happy.
Well, yeah. You wonder why?
No, it's awesome. I think it's great.
That's pretty great. Yeah, we're enjoying Jupiter and Saturn having that near miss. Wouldn't it be great if the planets collided and shock waves and planetary pieces just threw off the fucking gravity and the moon and
sure, that'd be great.
Down on Earth? And this is 2020. Remember, guys, we don't want planets having near misses.
That'd be so awesome.
Be like the beginning of Thunder the Barbarian. A runaway planet gets between the Earth and the moon in its gravitational pull, sending the moon hurtling into cosmic destruction. But one man bursts his bonds to fight for justice.
I was bursting my bonds.
False flag says his kid loves Kiss. All right. Rock on. We're Kiss heads. Kiss Army here.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Fuck, I should have my pension by now. I'm the Kiss Army. For a nominal fee.
How many of you out there are going to go see our New Year's Eve spectacular? They were talking, Paul was talking online the other day about the New Year's Eve show. Says this is going to break all Guinness World Records for shows. And get this, $1 million of pyrotechnics. $1 million. Bigger than any show ever in history.
Wow. At least there aren't kids starving anywhere.
I know, right?
That money couldn't have been put anywhere else.
We want to cheer everyone up for the pandemic and everything that's going on in the world. People are hungry and losing their homes. So we decided to spend $1 million on fireworks to cheer everyone up. Let me hear you.
I think it's very important with all the turmoil in the universe these days to charge $1,000 for our gold package. It's only $9.99. It's not $1,000.
With
for
the
the fans.
With the gold package, you'll be able to sit at a higher altitude to get closer to the fireworks.
By the way, happy 75th birthday, you old son of a bitch, Peter Criss.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was yesterday.
And let's also, Dane Zimmerman.
Today is Dane's birthday. Right?
Today is Dane's birthday. And
happy 75, Dane.
And David
happy
Ennis.
75th birthday to
And David Ennis. Happy
75th birthday to David Ennis as well.
David Ennis.
Now you're going to join the rest of us claiming to be 29 every year. So once you get to that level, man.
Mm-hmm. I turned 30 several years ago. I just didn't tell you guys.
No, Johnny's older than all of us now. Hey, whatever you want to do, man.
Barracuda, I couldn't care about these stupid fireworks. Kiss. New Year's Eve.
How do you think
birthdays?
Why the hell isn't 2020 taking him?
Oh, yeah.
Poor Leslie West is on a respirator right now.
Yeah, he had
his heart stopped. Leslie West is
last night, yeah.
Knocking on death's door.
I didn't hear that. Wow.
You didn't hear that? Leslie West.
I heard something about him in the hospital. I posted
it last night. I got it from a friend of mine whose who like promoted Leslie's records all these years. Like he's the only guy that still promotes Leslie West records. And he was like, hey, it doesn't look like Leslie's going to make it through the night. I'm like, oh, that sucks. But I mean, you talk about a guy that's fucking, I mean, he's just been slowly falling apart. He lost a leg a while ago. He's got diabetes. He's big. He's fat. I mean, he's old. But one of the more underrated guitar players out there, a lot like guys like Joe Walsh and David Gilmour and Mark Knopfler, who don't get named when you talk about the greatest guitar players of all time. Leslie West is right alongside like Ted Nugent as a guy that just gets completely overlooked for how good a player they are.
Yeah, and an early influence on metal music.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Mississippi Queen, you want to talk about a rockin' song.
Yep.
I saw him play that live. I was right in front of him at a club, and I saw him playing that.
And he shredded.
Skolnick.
Yeah, he shredded. He's a phenomenal guitar player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he lost his leg from the knee down in 2011.
The very long Island accent too. He's got such a New York voice.
It's another my homeboys.
Yeah, Leslie couldn't be more Jewy.
Between me, Leslie, and Joe Harvey, we're a minion.
But again, hopefully he pulls through this thing. It would be great.
Yeah, we wish him well. His heart's failed right now, so yeah. I don't know what they're working on, but I'm sure
they're probably trying to get his family all gathered around and stuff so they can have their moment.
That's rough.
No, it sucks.
He's only 75, right?
He's not that old. I mean, he's old, but it's funny. He's one of those guys.
He's not that death age, you know?
No. I mean, look, he still should have another 10, 15 years in front of him.
Yeah.
But for his size and the way he's lived his life, and I mean, it's tough. It's tough. This, it's like, the music world takes years off your life. None of these guys, Zach Wilde and I are about the same age. I think there's a year difference between the two of us. Zach
and
looks
the
like
resemblance is uncanny.
Well, exactly. No, I'm just saying because he's somebody that I know that's a similar age. That guy looks 10, 15 years older than me because he's been out on the road since he was 19. And it's like it just
he's got Wilford Brimley disease.
Yeah, it takes a lot out of you.
Emberpour wants to know what a death age is. I think like 80s, 90s. I mean that's where you're hoping to reach. Yeah,
I would say anything. I would say anything after 82, 83. You can't be surprised. Yeah, you gotta sit there and go. 82. You go. It was time. He made it to 80. Couple bonus years. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't want to live to see 100. I don't want to live to see 90. I mean, because what happens? Everybody around you is dead. You outlive most of your, all of your family. And then things just start breaking down. You start ending up with fucking, dick cancer, and you're impotent, and you got, you can't hold your water anymore. It's nothing to look forward to, but watching everybody around you die. It's a race to the end.
Wait, what are the symptoms?
Oh no.
I mean, never mind. Yeah, no, look, if I died tomorrow, I'll have outlived all my friends anyway. So I'm on borrowed time as it is.
I outlived all mine years ago. I don't have any friends.
Nobody cares for me. Yeah.
Bob Barker just turned 97.
Johnny Beane, TV.
Bob Barker is still alive?
Oh yeah.
God bless that guy. I guess sleeping with all those Barker's beauties kept him young.
It was neutering all those pets.
Let's spin the wheel to see who blows me tonight.
Holly.
Okay, Diane, you have 90 cents. Do you want to spin again? Holly, you're up. Yeah. Oh God, those Barker beauties. Jesus.
That's actually the one. There's one now that's on. She's been there for like 20 years. She gets better looking every year because she just keeps going back to the doctor and going back to the doctor. She's better looking now than she ever was. But Rachel something or other, and she's married to a baseball player.
Of course she is. Of course.
Yeah. Why wouldn't she be? But she's just ridiculously good looking and continues to get better looking. She's just like, if you were to stamp out what a living Barbie doll looks like, it would be this girl. She's ridiculously hot.
That's awesome.
By the way,
is it Rachel Reynolds?
Reynolds.
Is it Rachel Mancuda? Please say it's Rachel Mancuda.
No, it's Rachel Neanderthal.
Yeah. No such luck.
Mm.
I don't know what the fuck their problem is. They just.
Meanwhile, the Swedish team bus is broken out outside your house. I hope they let us in to use the phone. It is so hot here. We are down for our bikinis. Hello,
I'll tell you what.
Your phone. Rough. You're not getting in here. Rough. What's going on out there?
Rough.
So true story. I'm working as a bouncer at the Hard Rock Cafe because the Hard Rock Cafe needs a bouncer. And this is like the early 90s. And you know what the tall ships are? The tall ships are like these. They're like these old, like Revolutionary War warships. You know, the 3-mast schooners.
Real tall ships.
Yeah, the tall ships. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the tall ships.
I didn't think I would be in Arizona anywhere.
No. I was in Boston. This was when I was working.
Okay. All right. Now I know what you're talking.
So the tall ships come to Boston Harbor for the July 4th holiday, and I'm standing at the door with Matt Sensio, who was actually David Lee Roth's manager. He wasn't at the time. He was just a kid working the door at the Hard Rock Cafe in Boston. So 6 of the tallest, most incredible, it looked like the Swedish bikini team, come walking down Clarendon Street and come walking in to come into the Hard Rock Cafe. And we have to card everybody to drink, right? So we asked them for their IDs and they all whip out their Norwegian naval identification cards. And they're all like 6'2", ice blue eyes, 36D tits, no waist, beautiful round. I mean, they were the most amazing, beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. And there were like 6 of them. Like they were just, it was just like stamped out of a Play-Doh fun factory. Perfect woman.
Paul's just looking like
perfect woman.
It says you're 15. Yeah. Okay, go on in.
Yeah, it was like, and their all names were like their names were all like Inga, Helga, Volga. You know, it was just like the worst. It's like,
hey, I'm Volga too.
Like, hello.
It says your name is Volva.
Mulva?
Mulga.
They were.
Hey, Larry Riker.
They couldn't have been better looking. It was stunningly. It was just like, you couldn't believe it. They look like the Swedish bikini team. And of course they walk in and like the record and the place stops. And I believe that's how Norway invaded Europe, is they put 6 of those women into every bar and all the sailors were just like,
they send in the pink berets.
It was insane.
All these beautiful chicks in bikinis and just like a line of them, and it's like,
no, they were all wearing their fucking naval uniform, but who cares?
Hey, sailor.
No. Insane.
My mast needs hoisting.
Oh. Just so good.
There's another moment Paul got a hand job. So I'm checking the guy behind them's door. Suddenly the girl in front of me is giving me a hand job. I'm like, I got to keep checking your ID for a few minutes, mister.
No, but did I tell you that the Love in an Elevator story?
Do so, because I don't
today.
Did I tell you that? No, have I told you that story, Johnny?
I don't know that story.
I don't know, but I'll be right back.
What?
All right, go.
It's telling your story.
He doesn't want to hear it. Never mind. I'm not telling him.
I want to hear the story, Paul.
I'm not telling the story. I'm not going to do it.
I gotta run outside. It's dark. Saturn just came out.
The fuck does that? Really? That's what you're doing?
No, I got to close the fence.
Now we know why he has a glove on.
Tuck in the chickens. I gotta tuck in the chickens now. I gotta give the chicken to the cow. I gotta milk the goat. I gotta put the sheep on my remote. Huh?
So by request in the chat, I'm working for a computer delivery company in the late 80s. And I'm downtown Boston, and it's like February and a freezing rain outside. And we're in an elevator. I've got a 2-wheeler full of computer paper, and the door's open, and this smoking hot chick, like think Demi Moore in whatever that movie was where she molested Michael Douglas. Disclosure.
Okay.
Yeah. So this amazingly hot, like beautiful businesswoman walks into the elevator, and we start going up to the top of the building. Elevator breaks down. So of course, when you're sitting there in an elevator, the first thing you do is you sort of look up. Shit, we're not moving. You look over. And you think that this lasts like 5 minutes, but it doesn't. It's like 20 seconds. You know what I mean? But when an elevator stopped and it's just you and another person in an elevator, you don't talk to each other. You know, you can't talk to the person in the elevator. So like 20 seconds goes by, elevator starts going again. All right. So we get up.
20
go to the
seconds
floor.
was enough for me to hook up with her. I mean, I don't know.
So door opens, and now I'm going all the way to the top floor. Door opens, and she gets ready to leave. I, like a smartass, go, whew, that almost sucked. She, walking out of the elevator, turns back and goes, might have been great, and walked out the door.
That blows. Or doesn't.
Yeah. It was the worst. I was just like,
yeah, boy, we may be stuck here for a while. I am craving cock. I'm sorry, what?
Boy, that almost sucked. Might have been great. Worst.
Yeah, my
worst
luck.
moment ever.
My luck. I'll be stuck in an elevator with the fat janitor, and oh shit, we're stuck in the elevator. Yeah. Maybe here a long time. No cameras in here either. I know. Ooh, boy, the last time I was in a situation like this in a small little box trapped with another guy with no one looking, that was cell block D. But I got out last year. But boy, did I learn some great stuff in there. You want me to tell you about it or show you?
I wish I could tell you Andy Dufresne fought the good fight that night. I wish I could tell you the sisters took it easy on him. I wish I could tell you that.
He dug a hole, a deep, deep hole, chiseled away at it with his tongue.
That night, Andy Dufresne went through 500 yards of shit.
Love that movie. Let's see.
Word has it, Byron Hadley cried like a little girl.
So, Paul,
I bet Johnny is outside looking at the stars are so beautiful tonight.
He's checking it right now. He's holding like one of the chickens. He's like Gonzo. He's holding one of the chickens. Like, what do you think of that star?
What was Gonzo? What was Gonzo? What was Gonzo a buzzard? What the fuck was Gonzo?
Was like a G-spot vibrator. I don't even know
what was Gonzo. Was he a buzzard? What was a vulture? What? No, I mean, what was Gonzo?
I don't even know. He always claimed I'm a weirdo, but like they never defined like his race or species or you
kind of knew. I mean, like you knew obviously Sam was an eagle and
yeah.
I mean Pepe was a prawn.
Mm-hmm. Kermit the Frog, Miss Piggy.
Yeah, we don't know what Rolf.
Bird.
Yeah. Rolf the dog. We don't know what Gonzo was.
Yeah, and even
it was like a methed out crow or something.
Even when you're unique, they give you a name like I'm a Snuffleupagus. A stuff it up your ass? A Snuffleupagus. Yeah, but like they never said. They just said Gonzo was a weirdo. It's like I wonder, was it like just like a Muppet that they left in the sun? And it's like, oh man, this one melted partly, and we could still use it. Come on, we're on a budget.
They were walking in with all the box of Muppets, and it was a rainy day, and it just fell into the fucking muck next to the dumpster, and they were like, "Oh, we can still use it."
Someone ran over its face. Yeah, we could still put it together. Jesus Christ. So, Paulie, what are your? I was listening today all day. I'm trying to get into the Christmas spirit, and I was starting to listen to all these, really obscure metal Christmas songs, like King Diamond's "No Presents for Christmas."
There's no presents. Yeah.
Love that song.
I'm a big fan of Reason for the Season from Stryper. I think it's a great song. Cashing in on Christmas by Bad News, which most people don't know. There's a record that an old radio guy named Eddie Gordetsky, who you might know the name. Eddie Gordetsky is a
one of my tribe for sure.
Yes, of course you do. Eddie Gordetsky. Edward Gordetsky. Eddie Gordetsky is he was a technical consultant on Frasier. He was a technical consultant on The Big Bang Theory. He's one of those guys that has got, he left radio and went out to Hollywood, and now he's a big time writer. Eddie Gordetsky. And Eddie used to make these Christmas albums. I actually have it here. It's called Christmas Time with Eddie G. And what he used to do is find the most obscure Christmas songs he could find.
Love it.
And make like mixtapes for friends and send them out to everybody. So I've got a bunch of really, really obscure ones. There's one by Louis Prima called "What's Santa Gonna Say When He Sees All of Everybody Swinging," which I think is great.
Put on some pants.
It's but in between a lot of the songs on this CD, Billy West, who was the voice of Stimpy and every other cartoon out there now, is doing his Three Stooges impressions, talking about how Elvis used to put people in the seats for Christmas time, and what are they trying to do for Christmas? They're trying to do the 12 Days of Christmas, and they can't sing it. And it's all these little vignettes in between the Christmas songs, but things like "Donde Está Santa Claus" from Augie Rios, and like these really weird, obscure Christmas songs. Not a whole lot of great metal Christmas songs. That Have a Metal Christmas album should never have been released, with the exception of Billy Gibbons, Lemmy, and Dave Grohl's version of "Run Rudolph Run."
Oh, I love the Dio. Well, is it Sabbath or is it Dio?
It's Dio.
I like that version.
Yeah,
I like that song too.
But then there's the one with Tim Owens. "Merry Christmas, baby." That fucking it's an awful.
Yeah. Awful song. No, it's a mixed bag. I mean, AC/DC "Mistress for Christmas" is a great one.
This is hang on, I gotta put on my cheaters because I'm old. Come on, everybody, gather around the Christmas tree. This is the worst Christmas album you'll ever hear. We Wish You a Merry Christmas with Jeff Scott Soto, Bruce Kulick, Bob Kulick, Chris Wise, and Ray Luzier. Great lineup, bad song. Run Rudolph Run with Lemmy, Billy Gibbons, and Dave Grohl. That's fantastic.
That's gotta be good.
Yeah, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Alice Cooper, John Five, Billy Sheehan, and Vinny Appice, because he doesn't want to be called a piece. God Rest You Merry. Yeah. God Rest You Merry Gentlemen is the one you're thinking of. Ronnie James Dio, Tony Iommi, Rudy Sarzo, and Simon Wright.
Yeah, I love that.
Silver Bells, Jeff Tate, Carlos Cavazzo, James Lomenzo, and Ray Luzier. Again, on paper, that looks good, but in practice, not so much. Little Drummer Boy, Doug Pinnick, George Lynch, Billy Sheehan, and Simon Phillips. I would have hoped that would have been a band that could have released an album. That would have been fun. This is the awful one.
Lynch is listening to the song, and he's like, yeah,
If I could somehow work in Little Wicked Sensation in there, it would work out great. This is the one that's the worst. Santa Claus is Back in Town. Awful. Tim Owens.
Awful. Only once a year.
It's really awful. Tim Owens, Steve Morris, Juan Garcia, Marco Mendoza, and Vinny Appice. It's an awful song. Then you got Silent Night. This is where it gets fun. Chuck Billy, Craig Goldie, Tony Franklin, and John Tempesta. That sounds like it'd be pretty kick-ass, right? And then this happens. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Stephen Piercy, Tracy Guns, Bob Kulick, Billy Sheehan, Greg Bissonette.
This is a great lineup. Why did that song go awry?
Because Stephen Piercy's singing it. It's off. His voice singing "Grandma Got Go." First of all, the song itself is annoying.
Grandma got run over.
Yeah, that's really. You just think of. And then you got "Deck the Halls," which is Oni Logan, Craig Goldie, Tony Franklin, and John Tempesta. "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree," Joe Lynn Turner, Bruce Kulick, Bob Kulick, Rudy Sarzo, and Simon Wright. And then, of course, "Happy Christmas" by John Lennon, sung by Tommy Shaw, Steve Lukather, Marco Mendoza, and Kenny Aronoff.
What was the Alice Cooper song?
The Alice Cooper one is "Santa Claus is Coming to Town."
I love
And
it.
what's wrong with these songs?
Some of them are awful.
And some are good. It's a mix.
It's a mix, but it's one of those metal Christmas albums that probably shouldn't have been released. But we talked about this before. There are only like 12 Christmas songs. So there's not a whole lot to choose from unless you're going to write a new Christmas song. But do you know what people never say during Christmas time? Jesus, I wish there was a new Christmas song.
Well, they don't say Happy Christmas either.
Yes.
Well, Mariah Carey,
if they're in England.
Mariah Carey ruined that. Oh, you want a new Christmas song? All I want for Christmas is you. That was it. That was the end.
Frosty the what?
Frosty the pervert. Frosty the pervert was playing leapfrog with the kids, and no one was watching when his icicle popped out when it did. Frosty was a thief. Let me tell you something. That was that magician's hat. Okay, Frosty had no fucking right to it. I'd be like, give me that fucking hat, but I'll die. You're fat as fuck. Your cholesterol must be off the scale. You're gonna die anyway. Give me my hat. Hasta la vista, snowman. No, fuck that. Fuck that. And by the way, they're talking in the chat about Gonzo. Mike Nee says, in the Muppet movie, Kermit said that Gonzo looked a little like a turkey, to which his conscience replied, yeah, a little like a turkey, but not much. Not much. One thing we do know about Gonzo, he was definitely the only Jewish cast member besides Fozzie. So yeah, you had Fonzie and Gonzo were definitely celebrating Hanukkah together this year. There you go.
All right.
Yeah. Just so you know.
Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you out of Gonzo.
He's choking his chicken, they're saying in the chat.
Of course they are.
Of course I'm a Jew. Look at my schnoz.
What do you think? Is a Jew?
I was working a show at the Catskills when I met Gonzo. Waka waka. I mean waka waka.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know what Gonzo was.
We're trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
If you in the chat want to take a guess at what Gonzo was in the Muppets, please let us know. Because we're dying to fucking know. Really are.
It was sort of he was one of those things that I thought was an unnecessary Muppet. Like there were some Muppets you're just like kind of like, why? And I thought Gonzo was an unnecessary Muppet.
I remember on Sesame Street they had Harry, which was like a big blue furry guy, very similar to Cookie Monster, but bigger and bulkier. And I remember he was always like, hey, John,
Hi.
where are your parents?
I don't know.
Want to count to 3 in my van? It's like, I don't know. You never really went anywhere. You had Big Bird and Snuffleupagus. And I don't know. Harry always worried me. Concerning.
And then there was Sweetums, who had several different names. Remember, he was in the first Muppet movie. He was just Jack. Yeah. See, what is Gonzo? What the hell? Clearly, he's got a plunger.
I got a plunger. I'm kinky as hell.
Gonzo was exactly what Gilbert Gottfried would be if he was a Muppet.
I'm sitting here with this plunger. I could just use my nose. A man walks into a talent agent's office with a plunger. He says, I've got a family act. Let me unblock it for your brain.
Well, if you look at it, he's Grover with Big Bird's eyes, and then the nose. I don't know what the nose is, but if you take the nose off of Gonzo and you remove Big Bird's eyes, he's Grover.
He's got that nose that's reminiscent to that disease when your erection is bent.
Peyronie's disease?
That's the one. Pepperoni's disease.
Peyronie's disease.
Pepperoni's disease.
He's a bird?
Blood flow to my nose.
We don't know. We're trying to figure it out. I mean, he's kind of birdish, right?
He can't be a falcon.
No, what are you, crazy? Falcon.
He's awful.
Sorry, Marcy. No, he can't be a falcon.
Is
Look
he,
at him.
is he a pigeon?
Yeah, that is kind of a bird.
No, because Bert would latch onto him. Bert is always fucking with pigeons. Kinky bastard.
He might be a pigeon. Because pigeons are sort of shit birds anyway.
I mean, he looks like someone shit him out, but maybe he's just like he grew up near like a radioactive plant or something, or drank some chemical water from a factory.
Is it wrong that I think he looks like Pete Davidson?
No, it's accurate. Again,
Okay.
there's that Jewish nose.
Good Shabbos.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he is. It's bothered me since I was a kid.
Renus Pinkle says his nose looks like a blue dildo. Yeah, but it's one of those G-spot ones, like a Lilo or something.
Yeah, the little hook one there.
Yeah. Get that little G-spot right.
Yep, got to get under there. Like if you were going to hang your vagina on a coat rack, that's what you would use.
Yeah, definitely.
I just shaved the seat for you.
Even Siri doesn't know what Gonzo is. I don't think anybody knows.
Did you actually ask Siri?
Yeah.
What did Siri say?
What is Gonzo?
According to Wikipedia, Gonzo, also known as the Great Gonzo or Gonzo the Great, is a Muppet character known for his eccentric passion for stunt performance.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
That's it.
That's all you get.
JR says Gonzo's an alien. There's a whole movie called Muppets from Space all about it. Is that true?
Come on.
I don't know if I'm buying that.
Well, I know there's a movie. I think there was a movie called Muppets from Space, but I don't know that it's.
Well, Johnny, have you seen it?
No.
Then it's not
Shocking.
a real movie.
Yes.
It's not a real movie.
Shocking.
Because Johnny's seen everything.
No, but I did see the Great Muppet Caper in the Muppet movie in the theater. And Muppets Take Manhattan. I saw that in the theater too.
Yeah, Gonzo was hanging bagels off his nose.
I know where all the good bagel places are. It's New York water. I'm keeping kosher.
He's sitting at a round
Gonzo
table
could be with that hook beak. He could be a moil.
Let's going with Fozzie for a little kibitz, a little nosh.
Well, nosh.
I love the Kashkavarishkas here.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Again, in the Muppets canon is an alien. There's a whole movie called Muppets from Space about it. Johnny, look that up. I'm curious. Alex Radford in the house. How are you, man?
Alex, I'll be seeing you January. When is that? January 3rd, I think. I'll be on Alex Radford's show.
Oh, cool.
Talking.
Alex Radford.
I don't know.
Alex Radford. Featuring Johnny Beane.
January what?
Marcy Douglas, he wasn't a falcon. Sam was an eagle.
Sam was the eagle, yes.
Yeah,
and
Sam
very
Eagle.
clearly patriotic about it.
Yes, very much so.
Amber, what was it?
Proud of my eagle status.
Hi, buddy. Are you Gonzo?
No, he was an eagle, Marcy. He was an eagle.
Hi, buddy.
Very proud, bald eagle.
He was the moral compass of the show.
Yeah, really. Which strayed so far away from it. It's like I was running it.
Hi, buddy.
Search
Good
for
boy.
Mike Neese, is this true? Mike Neese says Gonzo steps into his first starring role in Muppets from Space, a hilarious extraterrestrial adventure about the search for Gonzo's past relatives are actually aliens from a distant planet. I'm very curious now. Johnny, do you see that in like an actual like listing or something?
I see that. I'm reading the plot. Gonzo has always been identified as a whatever.
Mike Neese has the box office money from it. Can't tell if he's serious.
Brought to you by Bang Energy Drink. I can open the cans with my schnoz.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
who's cooking? Sounds like Johnny Beane's wife's doing the dishes, mopping up that pho.
No, she's eating something.
Who?
I don't know. Cheerios.
Well, you know the lights went out a second ago. There's one less chicken in the backyard today.
Oh.
Now, Johnny, do you eat chicken?
Yes.
Do you find that a little awkward?
Do you
know
choke
that
it
you have
before
chickens?
do you choke it before you eat it?
No. When we first started raising chickens, I had a hard time eating chicken because of that. And then,
yeah, understandable.
After a while.
Wow, look at this.
False flag.
I eat so much chicken. I'm like up as a weasel in the Wikipedia as a chicken's natural enemy. Whoa, false flag. Got a big royalty. Happy Festivus. You have a Festivus poll up? I'll send you all our album early 2021. Awesome, man. Congrats, false flag, and thank you.
Good for you.
Thank you so much.
Paulie, what is that? 30 cents American? What is that?
We don't get shit.
I don't get a penny of that fucking.
We don't get a shit. It's all Johnny Beane money.
It's like 30 cents American.
Yep.
It lets Johnny keep the lights on for about 12 seconds.
It's fucking amazing. You know what's amazing is he says 4 words in 3 hours and he gets all the cash.
That's why they pay him in Australian dollars, because he doesn't realize he's getting ripped off. Ask for American dollars, false flag. This way we can tell how much you actually make. False flag that says it's 20 cents American.
Oh, good.
Whatever it is, thank you, false flag, because that helps keep the lights on.
Thank you.
And we all know how tough it is for Johnny to keep the lights on.
Did you see last week?
Yeah, I watched
last week. The lights went out.
Yeah, watch last week's show if you want to know about keeping the lights on or lack thereof. By the way, 91 in the chat. Take a second, leave a thumbs up. Call it my Christmas present if you want to. Otherwise, send me money. I mean, that's fine too. Yeah, no, please leave a thumbs up if you're having fun with us, because there's nothing better to do tonight.
What else are you gonna do?
Mandalorian's over. It's all.
See, that's the thing. I'm only 2 episodes into season number 2. I started watching. Yeah, I started watching it, and then I got distracted doing something, and I haven't gone back to it. I'm halfway through the episode where the ship crashes on the ice planet, and he lost all the power. That's all I'm going to leave.
That's the Frog Woman episode.
Yeah, I'm not giving any of it away to anybody, but that's the one that I think caused some protests because people were not real happy about one of the activities taking place in that episode. The whole show is fucking fantasy, yet somebody freaked out about something because of a delicacy that was being enjoyed in that episode. The idea that people complain about shit that doesn't really exist shows why we can't have nice things.
Yeah,
it's like us talking about what is Gonzo. That's where it ends. What is Gonzo? Who gives a shit? It's funny.
Yeah, we're killing time here, guys. We're trying to entertain you.
You know what I mean? But
the Mandalorian's trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, the Mandalorian's not real. It's not real. So everybody calm your fucking protests. That's like when people were pissed off that Kirk was kissing different colored women in the 60s. And I don't mean just Nichelle Nichols. I mean like aliens, blue women, green women, like, Kirk was fucking everything that moved in Star Trek. But people like complained about it, like, well, that's a social statement upon the fact that all races. But no, it's not. He's just getting laid. Shut up.
I'm not that picky. I'll take any port in the
There's
store.
a good chance I'm going to have to. I love the Family Guy depiction of William Shatner.
I suddenly have green bumps on my penis.
Did an interview with William Shatner a couple of months ago because he just put out a blues album, and it's true story. He put out a blues album, but the only person we talked about when he called was Richie Blackmore. I'm like, can you think about that for a second? Just think about like William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and all those guys in Star Trek when they were big on television in the 60s. We're hanging out with fucking Hendrix and Richie Blackmore and Zeppelin and like Bowie when he was just coming up and becoming like this thing. Like those guys were all hanging out together. They would all be like, hanging out at I don't know, maybe the Rainbow or whatever the bar was at the time in LA, like sitting there in the back in a velvet robe. Like you would see Spock. Like, what about the picture of Alice Cooper and Gene Stapleton? And she's dressed up like in bondage gear. And you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Sky! Only women bleed. Only women bleed. Million dollar babies. But your lips are venomous poison. Feed my Frankenstein.
But it's like, and there it is. There's the fucking William Shatner blues album.
Out for summer.
Is it good? Did you listen to it?
It's not good. No, it's William Shatner on a blues album.
How good could it be? My God,
it's not good. It's not
Mr.
good. Although,
Mr. Tambourine Man.
Although there is a fucking hilarious William Shatner song that he did with Henry Rollins years ago called "I Can't Get Behind That," and it's hilarious.
I said that in my prison cell.
If you really want to hear William Shatner having fun, it's him and Henry Rollins going back and forth about things that pissed them off. It's really funny. It's called "I Can't Get Behind That."
Good night, Marcy.
It's basically like a
Marcy. What did we do wrong? Where are you
like
going?
a beat poetry thing.
Marcy.
Marcy! Good night, Marcy!
JR, I know all of what Roddenberry was doing with Star Trek. I totally understand it, but people bitched about it, and there was no reason to bitch about it.
Wait,
Roddenberry was great.
What store is Marcy giving head at?
Oh.
I went to the porno store. They had a Gloria hole. That's what I named my daughter after. Gloria. Gloria.
Yeah, JR, Roddenberry was great. That's the reason why the entire Enterprise control room was all multiracial. That was the whole point of it. We had a Russian and a Chinese guy flying the ship because those were our two enemies back in the 60s, and they're still our enemies today. So nothing has really changed. Thanks, Roddenberry.
Except Star Trek's not quite as good.
No, there's never been anything as good as the original. I know people say the Next Generation is as good.
I like Next Gen too.
Patrick Stewart is fucking awesome, but the original Star Trek is still better.
Perhaps because Patrick Stewart's not getting laid.
By the way, I love the commercials that Uber Eats is doing now with Patrick Stewart and Mark Hamill. I also the one with Simone Biles and the other kid. I forget that kid's name, but he's like a YouTube influencer that's flaming. The guy is like, is that my leotard? No. Yes. He's fucking hilarious. I forget his name. I've looked it up before. Super hilarious, and I bet it makes Middle America super uncomfortable.
Bet it makes Middle Earth super uncomfortable too.
Oh, nice Middle Earth reference. Didn't see that coming.
Thank you. Coming.
Mm-hmm.
Which will lead me to a Sean Astin reference, which will lead you to a John Astin reference.
And John Astin lives.
So I've heard.
People ask me about that. What that is essentially, and I've done it for years. It started off with Abe Vigoda. I'm the guy that kicked off the internet Abe Vigoda Lives thing that became a thing for a long time. And then he died. So then I changed it to Bruno Sammartino Lives. And then he died. So
you're a bringer of death.
No. Essentially what you do is you try to find somebody that's just famous enough to reference. So people go, oh, I know who that is. And what it is it's a reminder that people you don't think about are still out there, and you should just appreciate them while they're here, because they may not be here forever. And when somebody dies before their time, like, a Leslie West, who is essentially, on a machine right now, to look around you and appreciate, like Eddie Van Halen, take another second to appreciate what we have, because it could be gone like that. So that's what the John Astin Lives thing is, because I get a lot of people emailing and asking about it.
It's funny. Speaking of which, I looked in the store the other day at the magazine rack, and I saw, I was looking for the Eddie Van Halen special issue of what is it, Guitar World or something? Paid a lifetime.
There's a whole bunch of them now, but there's a Life magazine one that just came out.
I want ones that are not reprints of of all the old articles, the way Rolling Stone is. What do you got there, Johnny? Let's see what's. Oh my God. where that $100 that False Flag just sent us is going.
No, I'm sending all these to somebody. Somebody is buying all these from me. Somebody that lives like way out somewhere. And if you're watching this, message me, because I forget who you are.
I'm making profits on this.
No, somebody asked me to buy all these for them. Well, I can't remember who they are.
Johnny, I was hoping you would get me an issue of Anal Queens, because I'm a little embarrassed to ask for it at my newsstand. But if you'll do that and mail it to me, I'd appreciate that.
Just take a note from Grandpa.
Under the bed.
This is out of all these that I've seen, this is the best one so far. But there is a is it Life? Is it?
That's the newest one, yeah.
There's a Life one out there. Actually, Life does issues on like all kinds of stuff. There's a John Lennon one. There's an Alex Trebek one. There's so many different ones.
I saw
funny
one
though, because nobody buys magazines anymore until something like this happens. Then they want some sort of a document.
Yeah, something interesting.
Yeah.
I almost bought there was a Betty White special issue. Like a magazine just all devoted to Betty White. And I looked at it. I thought it would be like just fun to buy and, do some masturbation jokes with. But then I saw it was like $12.99. I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah. Now Google young Betty White and look at some pictures. Holy shit.
Oh, I've done that already. That's why my hand's exhausted this week.
Super hot.
Oh, she's adorable the way she is now.
I know she's one of those women that's kind of like, and I use Helen Mirren as a great example. Helen Mirren, just still super cool, super hot.
Oh, they're both gilfs. They're totally.
Yeah, it's ridiculously hot. Like you could totally, if you got the phone call and somebody says, "Hey, Betty White wants you to accompany her to a premiere," you'd be like, "Fuck yeah!" And I better look good.
Hope her teeth will come out in the limo.
Oh, come on now.
I want to.
It's
I want to.
Season. Come on.
I know, and I want to decorate her face like my Christmas tree.
Oh, come on now, that's not nice.
You say it shoots tinsel? Yes, ma'am.
Yuck.
The laughing yuck was great, John. Nice job. Yuck.
Johnny's gonna think about that. Like him and his wife are gonna make love later, and she's gonna be like, "Johnny, what did you mean, Betty?" I'm sorry, what? You're a Betty. That's a term of beauty. You're a Betty. You're a Betty, not Betty, but you're a Betty.
Yeah, that's a West Coast thing.
Yeah.
Betty's a West Coast thing.
A Betty. No, she's a gilf. A grandma I'd like to fuck. She's a gilf.
Mm-hmm. Hot Betty.
If I could have one 90-something-year-old woman, it would be Betty White. Absolutely. I swear her face would look like a melted Milky Way by the time I'm done with her.
Not gonna lie to you, still on the Dolly train.
Oh God, with those jugs, absolutely. Sure, I don't care how old she is.
She's so adorable. Totally adorable.
I have double G cups, Paulie. I hope you don't mind if they get in the way of your face.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Ace apparently gives a shit. I don't know what he's barking at. They're out of control tonight.
I'm telling you, that Swedish bikini team bus is right outside.
Renus, I've been very close to Lita Ford, and she's still holding up. She looks great.
Yeah, me too.
And she's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Nicest woman. I mean, she's had a rough fucking hand dealt to her, but what a nice woman.
Yeah, and when you go down on her, do not think of Chris Holmes being in there.
Whoa.
There you go.
What the fuck? What happened?
There you guys go. That's her.
That guy. That's not Betty White.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh my
times
God.
have been tough.
What the hell?
She's 100.
She's 100 years old.
Are you sure that's not Donald Trump?
No, she has lots of hair.
Jesus. What the hell? What is that? One of those candid photos?
Yes, that's what they really look like when they're not in front of a camera, John.
That's her at the front door.
If I had sex with her, it would be on camera. I'm not giving that one away. I would get a lot of Instagram hits for that.
You both just went gonzo.
I would sure like that.
She looks like Carl Malden in drag.
Ew.
Pluck that chicken.
It looks like she has makeup on one eye, but not the other. It's almost like she looks like Batman's Two-Face. Like the left side of her face is all green and stuff, and then the right side is kind of like a dude. I don't know.
The picture in the foreground looks like she could be a ventriloquist dummy.
She could stick her hand up my ass and make me talk.
Oh boy.
Go for it, Betty. Go for it, Betty.
It's the holidays.
Right now, my mother is watching, and she's like,
"Oh, John,
I look good for my age." Yeah, but Mom, I don't want to fuck you. You see, there's the difference. Every time I say that about a woman, I talk to my mother. She goes, I always say, oh boy, I'm looking at this girl, whatever, The Bachelorette or something like that, and she's really hot, and she's like, well, I look very nice for my age, and I'm like, Mom, I'm not thinking of you. Don't make me think of you. I'm about to go rub one out right now. Well, I'm just saying I look very good for my age.
Here you guys go. You guys can use it. You guys can use this one later.
I hope this isn't a nude photo of my mom. Oh, there we go. He's got the foot long and then some.
I'd like to quote Johnny Beane. Yuck.
No, the hot dog looks good.
I'm kind of turned on.
I did Betty once. Meh,
Meh.
meh, meh. I was in there once.
So wrong.
Betty, I look at her inhaling that hot dog. She's like Joey Chestnut. She pounds so many of those in there.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
My nuts roasting on her open tongue.
Wow.
Yuck.
Her nipples can stretch up to her nose.
Stop this. Make it stop.
James Gum wants to know, is Batman Returns 92 on my annual Christmas watch list? No, it's not. Let's see. Christmas Story is. The Animated Grinch is. Elf, definitely. Nightmare Before Christmas. Charlie Brown Christmas.
Oh no.
I'm afraid. I'm very
Here's
afraid.
another one. You guys can pause this one for later.
We found her with a salami.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
He's mad.
For cheating on me, Chris Holmes.
Are you know what that is? That's fucking Betty White with the munchies. She was doing bong rips like an hour before that. She's like, I gotta have food. Cheech, I have not met Donna Halper. I know who she is. She used to be an advisor at the college I went to, but no.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
yeah. Oh my god, I'm so hungry.
Your mother sets clocks in hell.
Oh my God, she's pounding that thing. Is she even biting it? I think she's totally like sucking it down whole. I've had bigger. Did I ever tell you about me and the hedgehog?
There's a whole bunch of them. It was like a whole
By the
different.
way, here's the beautiful part is when
her eating oblong objects.
the best part is when they kick the door into Johnny Beane's house and they look at his computer search history and it says Betty White taking shit in her mouth. It's like erase browser history.
Whoa, look at that. Mike Thies is like, no condiments? No, there's not a condom on that thing. Not at all.
Condiments? I didn't even know they came flavored.
Damn, look at that. She's vicious. She's
Holy
thinking
shit.
of her ex-husband right now.
Yeah.
You know what? By the way, I want to point this out, and I think everybody else is probably already. I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. Love the etiquette of the pinkies being out. You don't want to look uncouth when you're jamming a hot dog down your throat like it's Peter North.
Well, usually when she has an oblong object like that going down her throat, the pinkies are going up an anus. So she's
no, she's leaving enough room. She's leaving enough room so she can do her bump off her coke nails. Holy shit!
Oh yes.
Hey, Pascal, welcome. Look what you just walked into, man.
Betty White is at roid rage. Holy shit! Look how mad she is.
Holy shit!
She looks like Tyson going after Holyfield.
Oh, you've got to superimpose. Damn it! Where the fuck is Cobra Kai platoon when we need him? I need a penis superimposed in that photo.
Holy shit! Is that good?
Wow.
She's mad. Hot dog good.
This wasn't far from you, John. This was
my bedroom.
Yeah. I think it was the opening of
her mouth.
Is there a Pink's? Is there a Pink's at City Walk?
Yeah,
at City Walk.
I don't know if there's one at City Walk. I mean, there's one, on La Brea, I think. The classic one. No, it's like Dave Mustaine. Dave Mustaine thinking of Lars Ulrich.
Oh boy, she's mad. I'm gonna eat this hot dog.
She's on that one. Jesus.
Yeah, she mad. Hi, baby girl.
James,
let me just pokes her head in with a ball in her mouth. She's like, somebody say something in her mouth.
Yeah, I heard Betty White had balls in her mouth. Here I am. James Gum wants to know in the chat, Paul, John, Johnny, what's your go-to film version of A Christmas Carol?
Scrooged.
Johnny?
Scrooge, is that the Bill Murray one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, good.
I like that one. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, Scrooged is the best telling of A Christmas Carol.
I'm gonna go with the Mr. Magoo version. That for me is like a yearly tradition of it. Spirit. It's not too late, Spirit.
I just love Milkman.
Wrangle, coins how they jangle, make such a lovely sound. Please, Mr. Scrooge, I'm cold. One lump of coal. Wrangle. Yeah. I like the Star Wars Christmas Carol where Scrooge is played by Watu. Ringle, coins how they jingle.
I will say, everybody likes to talk about It's a Wonderful Life. I would like to point out the original Miracle on 34th Street as a Christmas movie that has been sort of thrown by the wayside, the one starring Natalie Wood. Fantastic movie. If you're looking for... Yeah, a lot of people don't watch it anymore. They don't care about Miracle on 34th Street. Everybody, It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life is okay.
Oh, no, it's great. But
but Miracle on 34th Street, the original is fucking outstanding.
I've seen 34th Street my whole life, the original black and white
Yes.
I watch.
Yeah, the
I
one
don't
from
want
like
it
1948 or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I don't
want it colorized.
Not the shitty Sebastian Cabot remake. And then they did another remake in like 1994, which I can do without. The original one is fantastic. It's so well written. It's perfectly acted. It captures the spirit of what Christmas is really all about. It's a movie way ahead of its time. So fucking good.
Could you imagine like a little girl running into a house now? It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. I'm telling you, this is ours. What? What are you talking about? Look, there's his cane. We're about to get arrested for trespass. What the fuck are you talking? It's like a crack house. There's guys in there. Hey, little girl.
In Arizona, you kick the door. You run into anybody's house unannounced, you're gonna get a fucking hollow point in the face.
Yeah, right. It's real. It's real. Oh my
Merry
God.
Christmas to
The cane.
Miracle is awesome. Just a fucking fantastic movie.
Yeah, no, I like the original Miracle on 34th Street.
Here's
Emmett Otter's Jug Band, someone mentioned in the chat. Amber Poor.
Dark Horse Christmas movie that nobody thinks about. Dennis Leary's The Ref. The Ref is a good Christmas movie.
Is that a Christmas movie?
Takes place on Christmas Eve.
Well, Die Hard does.
No, Die Hard takes place when it's a fucking Christmas party. It's not necessarily Christmas Eve. Is it Christmas Eve?
I thought
it was just a Christmas party. It could have been Christmas Eve. I don't know.
I don't know. Johnny, you never saw Die Hard, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
You did? So is it on Christmas Eve or is it just a Christmas party soon?
I think it's a Christmas party. I could be wrong. I haven't seen it in so long. I've only seen Die Hard once.
Oh, Fruitcake Tony's nailing it right now. All once. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Absolutely.
Shitter's full.
Absolutely. That's one of my favorites too.
I love what do you call Bad Santa too, just because it mentions Apache Junction, which is about 20 minutes east of me. Where do you live? Arizona. Where do you live? Apache Junction. Who gives a shit? What difference does it make?
A Christmas Story is probably my hands down favorite, though. I mean,
A Christmas Story is great in little chunks. That's the great thing about Christmas Story. But as a story in and of itself, from beginning to end, completely disjointed, has no continuity whatsoever. It's just a series. It's like a Monty Python movie. It's just a series of fucked up vignettes. Yeah, it's just a series of fucked up vignettes. So you don't really have to watch all of A Christmas Story. You only have to watch bits and pieces. Like, it's great when they do the marathon of A Christmas Story on, I don't know, is it TBS or something, where they do it for 3 days straight. They just show it nonstop, start to finish. You can just turn it on and go, oh, not this part. I'll be back in a couple hours. And you can just watch it in little chunks. But sitting down to watch A Christmas Story for 2 hours is an exercise in patience. You're like, oh, where is this going? Nowhere.
I love that it goes nowhere. All I know is the kid almost shoots his fucking eye out.
Yeah, well, that and the tongue, being triple dog dared.
A triple dog dare. I love how they end up at the Chinese place, home of the
Christmas. The most racist part of the movie.
Home of the Christmas duck.
Fa ra 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 ra. That is like I'm surprised they leave that in on broadcast television.
Thank God they do. I don't want to cancel
That's
the whole
super
thing.
Racist.
And yet, so funny.
Jingle All the Way was a fun one for a while. Then I got tired of it.
Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. There's one that didn't go anywhere, and yet, I remember watching that with my dad, and that was a fun one. What
Gremlins.
Santa?
Gremlins is pretty good. It's a pretty good Christmas movie.
Better Off Dead. Can we consider that a Christmas movie?
Why? Because it takes place in a snow. Yeah, there is some Christmas in that. I love the genuine reindeer outfits. Those things are fucking up. The legendary David Ogden Stiers. What an actor, said nobody ever. Yeah, I guess that could be a Christmas movie.
I mean, if Die Hard can, that one can. I mean, she even brings up that it's Christmas.
Yeah. Franche fry. Gee, Ricky, sorry your mom blew up.
French dressing. French bread.
It's a classic story. Two exchange students. One of them doesn't speak a word of English. The other one learned everything he knows by watching Howard Cosell on Wide World of Sports.
Let's see.
Lane, I know this is a little awkward, but would you mind if I took Beth out on a date?
Would you mind if I took Beth out on a date?
I know I'm just a cartoon character, but how would you feel if I asked Beth out? I want to get the book though that Basher was reading, fucking How to Pick Up Trashy Women.
I could write that book.
That's such a fun. I mean, that's a very, and John Cusack hates that movie because he wants to be taken as a serious actor now.
Oh, fuck that, dude. Look at your career. Embrace it. If William Shatner can embrace his idiocy, you can.
I mean, don't get me wrong, John Cusack's a good actor, but fucking don't throw away those Steve Holland movies. Fuck, those things are great.
The best stuff he did were like comedies or rom-coms.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's see. What's your favorite role? Well, it was when No. It was when you did this. In your eyes. In your eyes.
Oh, Lane. I mean, just dissed in the Malibu.
Let's see.
If you guys know so much about women, how come you're hanging out on Saturday night at the Gas and Sip? Conscious choice, man.
That movie is so underrated.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is a good movie.
If you haven't seen Better Off Dead, you owe it to yourself this Christmas to watch that movie.
Better Off Dead is fantastic. I mean, look, John Cusack's done some great movies. High Fidelity is a fucking classic.
Oh yeah, he's done a lot.
And Grosse Point Blank, super good, super fucking funny movie.
JR says, "I want my $2.
I want my $2. Yes, that's again. If a movie is full of a shitload of quotes, it's a great movie.
Yeah,
like,
if you use those quotes, and everyone does.
Yeah, One Crazy Summer too. He hated that as well.
Sorry.
I hated that. I hated that movie. I thought that movie sucked.
I thought it was so bad it was good.
I thought Bob Goldthwait was so bad he was good. When he gets caught in the Godzilla outfit, and then fucking he crashes George Clinton's party, and he's just walking through the fucking Christmas, walking through the village, the model of the village. I think that was fucking hilarious.
It's one of those you watch with your friends when you're like either drunk or stoned or something.
Yeah.
You're just having a great time, and someone brings nachos. Another guy thinks Pizza Hut's a great idea.
But I have a moment in that movie. I think it's the part where Demi Moore comes outside of the Dewdrop Inn where she's playing to nobody. She walks outside and the car splashes water on a Les Paul that she's playing. I'm like, the guitar, not the guitar. I think I could give a rat fuck about Demi Moore, but the guitar, I'm like, that's a $3,000 Les Paul. What are you doing?
Santa Claus Comes Twice, Polar Express.
And it's Demi Moore pre-implants. Nobody wants to see that.
Deck My Balls. Tranny Claus. That's a good one. Thank you, Renus. Santa Claus is coming in your mouth. Krampus is what I get when I have diarrhea from food poisoning.
Oh.
But thank you, Mr. Hellstorm. How the Grinch's gaping asshole ruined Christmas. Oh. By the way, there is actually a very cool children's book I want to order called Johnny, get this on screen if you can find it. Hookers and Blows Save Christmas. And this is a real children's book. Like no shit. But it's one of those tongue-in-cheek ones like Spank the Monkey Lends a Hand or Brenda's Beaver Needs a Barber. Oh, you have a copy? Is that it? What is that one, Boy? Everyone Poops. There you go. Another classic.
It's a great movie, a great book. I bought this at the Mall of America with the band Theory of a Dead Man. I know what you're thinking. Who?
No, I'm thinking, do they make a scratch and sniff version of it?
Yeah, everyone poops. Love that book. Trading Places is a good Christmas movie. Sure.
Yeah, that qualifies, right?
Absolutely. Sure.
There you go. I want to get a copy of this. Hookers and Blows Save Christmas.
Well, it's about a snowblower and a tow truck.
Yeah, but there's double entendres through the whole book. It's like they're saying like, Blow was had a huge load in front of her, but she could take the load and
right
spit it out. You know, I mean, it's pretty funny. I saw a couple of pages from it. I wonder
if what's his face, the keyboard, Dizzy Reed has a trademark on the name Hookers and Blow. Isn't that his band? His other band?
Is that the name of his band, really?
It was an LA jam band, Hookers and Blow. It was like one of those bands that would play like at the Viper Room on a Tuesday night, and whoever happened to be in the audience was in the band that night.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks like a wholesome Christmas book for children. And heaven knows I love children on my lap.
Wait,
Speaking of children on laps, Bang Energy Drink, delicious Bang Energy Drink, new flavor, Froze Rose Natural. Can't get rid of that. And let's go over some wonderful Christmas gifts. If you're looking for something special for Christmas, why don't you check out, for the guitar enthusiast in you?
In you? Literally?
For the guitarist in you. Look behind you. Oh, would you like this?
Hang on, I got to let the dogs out.
Vinum Custom Pickup. I was wondering who did that. It was you. Vinum Custom Pickups. Get them custom wound for you, or go to Vinum Pickups website and check out all the custom pickups they have ready for you. If you don't want to have your own wound, they have a lot of very cool pickup options. They can make custom whatever you want, all colors, tones, things like that. Check out Vinum Pickups. And also Tessie Switch. Johnny, you got Tessie Switch near you? Look at that. Go to Tessie Switch's website, get the best in guitar kill switches and some awesome accessories. Go to Tessie Switch's website. There's certainly someone that could use a Christmas gift from Tessie Switch. And of course, nothing says Christmas like Swiss Pixmas. They look like little snowflakes. You could throw them at your kids, lie to them, tell them they're snowflakes, but nothing has a great grip like a Swiss pick. These things are awesome. I swear by them. I love them. And so will you. Check out Swiss Picks on their website. Get some cool stuff for Christmas. There you go. So while Paulie's checking that out, I'll give you the weekly mom report, because there's a lot to unpack here. It snowed. It snowed by my mom and in New York, and kind of a weird situation, because I don't know. She just kind of drove me nuts with this one. You know, it's snowing out. Now again, we've lived in New York our whole lives. We've lived through blizzards and blizzards and blizzards. And, you know, this isn't normal. This isn't anything abnormal, but mom always gets really worried during the first snowfall of the season. She sees it falling. I get an immediate call. John, you know, it's snowing out here. All right. What do you want me to do? Well, I can't shovel a walkway, and neither can your father. And it's snowing, and you know, it's getting all over everything. Well, yeah, I know it's snow, Mom. Snow does. Well, you know, what if I lose power? If I lose power, we'll be sitting in the dark here. Then what? I mean, what if we lose power and we lose heat? I'll freeze to death. And what about all the food? All the food I have in the fridge, that'll spoil. And then there's snow all over the cars. What if it gets inside the cars? The cars will fill with snow. Then what? It'll ruin the cars. Mom, no snow's getting in the cars. The windows are up. You're fine. Well, what if someone slips on the walkway when it's not shoveled and they sue us? Who's coming on your walkway? Well, you never know. Someone may want to come up to the door. I don't know, carolers or something. They'll come up. Ma, there are no carolers in New York. They don't come to your house on Long Island. Well, what if they do? And they'll see the walkway's not shoveled. They'll slip. They'll fall, and then we'll get sued. We're gonna get sued this Christmas. That's what my Christmas is gonna happen. The car's gonna fill with snow. I'm gonna lose power. We're gonna die in here. The food will spoil, and someone's going to sue us. Who's going to shovel all this? And what if it stays like this for weeks? We'll be snowed in. They'll find us frozen to death. What if no one knows we're here? Everyone knows you're there, Ma. My whole audience knows you're there. Believe me, you're not going to die in a frozen.
What, though? Your stalker knows she's there, and he sees when she's been sleeping.
And he knows when she's awake, for fuck's sake.
And but she's awake right now, taking notes about everything going wrong with this show.
Yeah, and she's got a lot of writer's cramp, obviously, because that's a lot to keep up with. It's really funny. She
Did you just say your mom has cramps?
You know, my woman time. It's still going. Yeah, and then she shifts gears and she's like, I need something to cheer me up. You remember that kumquat jelly you bought me a while ago? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, it was on Amazon. Well, now it's only available with hot peppers, and I don't like hot peppers. What am I going to do? I'm like, well, let me look. And okay, Mom, yeah, it's sold out without hot peppers. Just deal without it. Well, I'd really love some kumquat jelly right now, but they don't have it, Mom. Yeah, but I'd really like some without the hot peppers. Well, what if I got you hot peppers and you strain them out, or I send you a tweezer with it and you can pluck them out? Well, that'll take forever. Yeah, but Ma, then you won't have to worry about the snow invading your house. Well, I'm telling you, what if it goes over the windows? Well, you're not going to get 10 feet of snow. You never know. You never know. Yeah, and then
well, they got like 4 feet last weekend.
They got 2 feet, and it's like, you know, it's just everything is a possible disaster. Literally, I'm like, you know,
yeah,
she's
but
almost
think about
like,
2 feet of snow in Los Angeles.
I'm worried about freezing, John. What if they lower me into a chamber that freezes your mother in carbonite? Would you be happy then? Ma, that's not going to happen. You never know, John. You never know. Yeah, so that's real. And then this is good. So she calls me up always when I'm eating, because I'm always eating. And oh, what are you eating? Cookies. What kind of cookies? Tate's cookies. Oh, what flavor? Chocolate chip. Nothing in it? No nuts? No pecans? No. Walnuts? No. Filberts? No, Mom. Acorns? No, Mom. Pumpkin seeds? Sunflower seeds? No, Mom, there's nothing in there. It's just cookies. It's just fucking chocolate chip cookies. Well, that sounds kind of boring. And I don't know why you get those Tates. They're so expensive. They're delicious. I love them. Leave me be. Well, you know, at Trader Joe's, you could get the exact same cookies, just gluten-free version in a different wrapping, but they're made by the same people, and you'd never notice the gluten's not there. I'm telling you, Ma, I would notice. I don't like gluten-free cookies. You wouldn't notice. I would notice. No, you wouldn't. They'd say in the reviews on Yelp, it's delicious. I don't want gluten-free cookies. I'm happy with the cookies I have, Mom. Well, at Trader Joe's, it's $1 cheaper. You should try the gluten-free. You could save $1 every time you eat those. Mom, I don't want those. I just don't want those. Well, that's what they say. You should get them there. No, Mom, stop. Yeah, so this is the dilemma that I have with my mother this week. I'm eating the wrong cookies. She's frozen in carbonite, and the cars are a total wash because snow melts cars, as you know. So
of course, yes,
that's the mom report. Oh, and she's watching right now in disappointment. She says that, by the way. She says to me, "How come you tell your audience everything I do this week?" All this week, you tell them I'm water picking.
Because I've got 3 fucking hours to film, Ma.
Yeah.
It can't all be Kermit impressions.
And you know, I don't look like that. Yeah, I know. The Kiss makeup's not there. I know. And I don't sound like that either. I know, Mom. Yeah, there's always something wrong. I'm always doing something wrong. I'm eating the wrong cheese. She sends me to get these crackers at Aldi all week. She's driving me nuts. You know what I'm eating right now? Scallop crackers. Scallop cracker. What the hell are those? Well, they're crackers and they're scalloped edges, so they call them scallop crackers. They're the best crackers I ever had. You should go to Aldi and get some. I don't shop at Aldi, Mom. Well, you should, but I don't. But you should, but I don't. Well, they're cheaper there, but I don't. I eat Ritz. Ritz are not as good as these. I'm telling you.
Oh,
these are the
I like Ritz.
delicious crackers in the world. Yeah, but Johnny, you would like these better because they're called scallop crackers. Yeah. So finally,
I love Ritz. Ritz are amazing, and Triscuits.
She finally gets me to go to the fucking store. Drives me nuts. Finally, I call her, Mom.
Wait. Your mother. You went to Aldi just to shut your mother up?
Literally, no shit.
Wow.
So yeah,
you send her a picture.
No, I called her. Because I'm like, okay, Mom, tell me about these crackers that you're driving me nuts with again. Because I just want to stop. I just want to stop the pain. And she's like, well, they're called scallop crackers, and they have salt and pepper, just salt, rosemary, and spicy cheese.
Should your mother be eating so much salt?
I don't know. You know what? Let her eat whatever she wants because it's such a rough year. If she wants like to eat pure Crisco on an ice cream cone, I'd let her just this year, you know? So it's like, you know, I'm in the store, I'm talking to her and she's like, you know, they have a delicious cheese flavor. You'd like those. Get those. Well, all I see are sea salt, salt and pepper, and the rosemary. Well, there's cheese. I don't see the cheese. It's there. It's not here. You're not looking. I am looking. Well, it's in a combo pack. I don't.
You can hang up, right?
Pack. Yeah, I can't. I love my mom. You know, she's sad. So it's like, you know, but it's like that's the Trader Joe's version. This is Aldi. But it's the same thing because they're the same owner. So it's
Aldi?
Like the same thing. It's the German version of Trader Joe. They're like
it's basically a Trader Joe without the nice decor. It's that you can buy shit out of boxes. They basically take the boxes that it comes in and gets delivered in and cut the corners off and send you into the. It's like there used to be a place called Finest on the East Coast, Edward's Finest, and it was basically they just brought the pallets in and dropped them on the floor, cut the tops off the boxes, and went here, take it. So they save all their money and from staging. There's no racks there. There's just pallets with boxes of shit on it. And it's
no display.
It's cheap. Yeah, it's really cheap.
Less employees, less overhead, you know,
and fewer brand names.
Yeah, it's their own brand pretty much for everything. So, you know, so I tell her there's no cheese. She's like, well, you better call the manager and ask where they are. I'm like, I'm not calling the manager. I'll get the salt and the rosemary, but you'd like the cheese. I want the salt and and rosemary. You should get the cheese too. I'm telling you, once you eat these, they're very addictive. I'm just going to get some cheese with, and that's it. Well, what type of cheese are you getting? Whatever I get. Well, walk me through what they have because I've seen a lot of cheese there. No, I'm not telling you every fucking cheese they have. I'm getting here's smoked cheddar and Havarti. Oh, what's it smoked with? That's probably not good for you. That's carcinogens. That's really poisonous. You should get something.
Wait, now she's concerned with what she's putting in her body?
Yeah. Well, what I'm putting in my body. It's always what I'm putting in my body. Yeah, so this goes on for a while, and I'm walking through the aisles just trying to get out of there. You know, they have a golden juice. It's orange juice and carrot juice and pears. You should try that one. I don't want.
All I heard was, they have a golden Jew. I literally, that's what I heard. They have a golden Jews.
I'm trying to
golden Jews. Is that a name of a brand?
I'm trying to get out of there, and she's walking me through every item. She's like, they have paper towels. You use those. I don't need any right now. But you should get some. They don't go bad. I'm fine. Use paper plates too, don't you? They have those. I don't need them, Ma. They have little pizzas. I see them. They're right here. I don't want them. You should get the shrimp. The frozen shrimp are delicious. Try to get those. No, I don't want any right now, Ma, but they have them. I know. It's cheaper. I know. I don't want it, Mom. And she's walking me through literally about 50 items as I'm just making my way out of the store. She's like, well, don't forget to try the croissants. Those are good. I don't want croissants, Mom. And brioche hamburger buns? You like hamburgers. I don't want any brioche buns, Mom. I just want these damn crackers. I just came for the crackers. I got some cheese. I got some salami. Oh, what type of salami? It's beef and pork. Well, that's not good for you. You should try to get an all beef. The kosher salami's better. It's killing me. It's just killing me. So I finally get these damn crackers home. I taste them. I'm like, they're okay. Just okay. They're better than Ritz. I like Ritz better. No, these are much better. It's because you didn't have the cheese. You need to go to another Aldi. And that's the point. I had to get her off the phone. Yeah, so there's
everybody.
There's the mom report.
It sounds like it's time for a guitar.
Yeah, it is definitely time for our show and tell guitar of the day. And this is our Christmas edition. So I said the clue was it's long and hard and you suck on it.
It's a candy cane guitar.
You never know. It could be a big Wangcaster.
It could be, yes, but it's candy cane.
I dated a girl
What?
named Candy Cane. Anyway, for the Christmas season, this is today's show and tell guitar. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, look at that thing!
I was right.
You was.
Kind
That
of.
was Birthday Tony, who also guessed a candy cane.
Here's the thing: if that thing didn't have Charvel, if the headstock didn't match it, I would hate it.
Isn't it fun though? It is. It does say Charvel, and the matching headstock. You're right. You do kind of need a matching headstock on this to really complete that Christmassy look.
Yeah, no, yeah. Without the matching headstock, it's just another guitar. It's just a guitar with a boring stripe job, but the headstock makes it work.
It really does. And look how Christmassy it is. This is a 1982 San Dimas Charvel. This is one of the serial numbered ones. This is actually one of the first serial number ones in the line. And this was when they first, after they did the pre-pros, they're like, you know, we're getting a lot of response. We got to start doing them in a production line. And they basically started with 1001. This is 1018. So it's the 18th number production Charvel made in San Dimas. And look at that headstock. That is so much fun.
See, again, if it weren't for that, I would think, meh. But the headstock, the headstock fucking makes it. It's so hideous. It's great.
Yeah, it's as tacky as can be.
Yep.
And that's what I love about it.
Yeah.
You have the original crown head tuners on there. Classic. And look at the wood on this thing. The neck on this, it's insanely figured bird's eye maple.
Which, again, for those people that are woodworking, bird's eye is a flaw in the wood, except when it's on a guitar neck. When it's on a guitar neck, it's so craved.
It's got flame and bird's eye.
If you were making furniture, you wouldn't want it.
Don't they weaken the neck though?
Yeah, it's supposed to. Allegedly, it makes the wood weaker.
I hope I don't break this.
I mean, look, bird's eye is allegedly disease in the wood. But it looks so good. And with maple, I mean, it's so difficult to snap a maple neck. Yeah,
it's dirty quarter sawn maple, and it's just purdy. Again, a beautiful D shape with rounded edges. I've tried many times. I can't express how comfortable these old San Dimas Charvel necks are.
Looks like those frets are nice and worn out too, like worn in a good way.
Yeah, they're level. There's no.
Yeah, they look old. They're old.
It's definitely played in beautifully.
Now, are those the original frets?
They are. And I actually have factory paperwork from it, which is real neat. I'll show you in a little bit. You got a V-trem on it, brass knob, zebra pickup, which is a Duncan, but I forget which model. I'll look it up in a second. You got a booster switch on there. And again, the little brass clip for the strap. That's standard. And again, the feel of these things, again, about 7-pound guitar. These are so damn comfortable and flashy. You know, again, Charvel was that first super strat guitar that really, caught everyone's eye. They basically, Wayne Charvel started off and said, well, I would sure love to like hot rod these Fenders and make them with, better trems and better hardware and better pickups and faster necks. And that's what he started doing. And then, he started with, boogie bodies and, this kind of stuff like this to make basically the first super strats. And obviously, his history with Van Halen and a lot of other bands. Grover Jackson worked for Wayne Charvel and bought him out just before the metal explosion hit. And that was the smartest thing he ever did. And it eventually became Charvel and Jackson. So there's that. There's what an original plate looks like. If you guys haven't seen a San Dimas Charvel plate. There we go. This is one of my favorite Charvels. Very sentimental to me. And then paperwork wise, this is fun. Back in the day, before Fender took over, you could call Charvel and ask for factory build records, and they would fax them over to you. Again, they did this in the 90s. After that, they stopped doing it. But back in the day, this is the original receipt for it, the original build record, which is real cool to have. Back in the day, this cost, let's see, it was 20%. After a discount that someone for some reason qualified for, before discount, it was $520. After discount, $416 and $30 for the case. So how about that? It was sold to Music Center in 1981. I'm sorry. I thought it was 1982. It was late 1981. And let's see. Duncan SH5 pickup in there. Maple Bird's Eye neck requested. And let's see what else. Page 2, as Paul Harvey says, good day.
The interesting thing about that is the case alone will cost you, almost $200 now. Yeah. And that guitar is worth more now than it was new. There's an example of a guitar that appreciated in value that you would never have thought would appreciate in value.
Oh, totally. Especially back in the day. Right. Look at that. Totally requested the candy cane graphic with matching headstock.
Does it say who the original customer was?
Music Center in West Germany.
Interesting.
Yeah, right. Let's see. And it has a whole line of what they ordered at the time. Let's see. This is a whole list of their whole order for that time of what they ordered. Let's see. They ordered Trans Red Strat, Black Hawk Explorer, which I've seen photos of, Blue with Gold Pearl, Maple Neck Strat, Black P&J bass, Black Explorer, Black Lefty guitar. That goes on. And then look at this. 1, 2, 3. 3 Van Halen guitar order, black and yellow. Look at the bottom of that. If you could read that. Oops, there you go. 3 of the original early San Dimas Charvel Van Halen black and yellows they ordered.
Back before Eddie was getting a piece of it.
Yeah, before Eddie put a cease and desist on it.
Imagine what those guitars are worth now.
Here's a request designing the spacing of the stripes and the headstock. Kind of neat, right? I love paperwork history. You always love case candy like hang tags and build orders and stuff. But when you get the whole pile of the original paperwork from the build order, the receipts and stuff like that from the factory, which you can't get now. All these papers are locked tighter than a drum in a big storage warehouse that no one is allowed to access. Believe me, I have tried. And believe me, I really have. I know guys there. And to have that with the guitar, that's like a really, really cool little bonus there. Yeah. So, but there you go.
Cabinet candy.
Yeah, totally. And again, they used to do that all the time. I have about 10 guitars with paperwork like that from Charvel that literally, guys that owned them requested at the time and said, hey, I own this number. Can I have the file on it? Sure, no problem. What's your fax number? And they would send it. So, basically, that's where that came from. And I love this Candy King guitar. Again, some sentiment attached to it. And of course, great Christmas guitar.
Before they set up the website, Ernie Ball would do that for you as well. You could send them the serial number and they would give you the entire spec sheet of the guitar.
Nice.
Tell you when it was, all that stuff. But then finally, they're the smartest guitar company to do that. They basically set up a database. You punch the serial number in, and it'll tell you the exact build date of your guitar.
Nice.
And what the original color was, because with some of these Ernie Ball guitars, some of the colors were incredibly rare. The blacks, the pinks, the greens. And because they made so few of them, some people would get the old red ones and they would fade because of the UV problems, or somebody would pay to refinish them and try to sell it at a premium. So you get the serial number, you punch it in, and it tells you what the guitar was original color for, the original color that the guitar was made in, which I think was brilliant for Ernie Ball. They don't have to do that. I mean, obviously that model is not part of their lineup anymore. They don't support it anymore. They won't repair it anymore. But they have that database, which I think is a premium thing. That's why Ernie Ball is such a great company.
Nice.
It'd be great if other companies did that too. I mean, obviously Gibson with their serial number, the confusion of their serial number over the years, and Fender and some of these other companies. I don't know why they make it so difficult for you to date these guitars, but they do.
I have, I got it. Well, I'm not going to say where I got it from, but I have a lot of old Jackson paperwork, build orders and log sheets of the Rhodes guitars from not from the very beginning, but from the first year up to 8 years after that. And I got those build sheets, and people contact me and say, hey, I have serial number, blah, blah, blah. Do you have that in your logs? And I say, yeah, that was originally red sparkle. And they're like, oh, because it's black now. And I'm like, well, look under your paint, or it was repainted at one point, and it was at one point red sparkle. So
wow, so people are calling you to find out their original guitar colors,
or some people email me because they know I have some of the build logs. It's like I have I have the logs for the first 1,000 Jacksons and probably the first 1,000 maybe 2,000 Rhodes guitars. So I get look, if I can help people, I'm always happy to. And
for a nominal fee.
For a nominal fee. And it prevents, counterfeiting and lying, people lying about their guitars and, it's all original. Well, it doesn't look original. Well, let me contact Mercuda. I don't care if it says it's original, but Mercuda, fucking stupid Mercuda. Yeah, and someone in the chat wants to know, would Woody Woodpecker like this guitar with its maple neck? I'll send it out to Mom Cuda and see what Mama Cuda says with maybe the woodpecker will stop pecking the house and just eat your guitar. That would be good. I hope so. Meanwhile, here I am, frozen solid. You don't care, John. Frozen.
You care more about that guitar than you do about the crackers you're eating.
Yeah, I wish you paid more attention to your health. Eating healthier crackers would be a good thing, John. Drove me nuts with those fucking crackers. Seriously. And now I have 2 boxes of crackers, and every time I eat them, she calls up. She's like, do you like them better yet? Well, Ma, they're fine. You don't like them. I do like them, Ma. Well, you said Ritz are better. Ritz are better. Well, I think these are better. So you eat those. I'll eat Ritz when I'm done with them. Well, finish those. Don't waste money. Yeah, because the $1.25 I spent on the crackers is definitely going to ruin my Christmas budget for sure. So there you go. This is 1981, actually, my correction. San Dimas Charvel Candy Cane Strat, just in time for Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Mercuda, stupid guitar. Show and tell my ass.
Can't even play the fucking thing.
Show and tell my ass. You suck. Go ahead, play Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, you fuck. Jeez.
I don't understand why the Jewish kid has so much attachment to Christmas.
Well, for me, Johnny asked me before the show, he's like, man, Kuda, you celebrate Christmas, right? I said, well, of course Santa's, going to load Blue Rhino up with Christmas gifts because nobody's better than him. I mean, he's so good. He winds up with a big mountain of presents, and I always get a stocking full of coal and a nasty note from Santa, But, look, I do celebrate Christmas too, as well as Hanukkah. It's, for me, Christmas is peace on earth, goodwill towards men.
Whoops.
There you go. Yeah. Thanks, John. Yeah. If you're stuck for a Christmas gift, everyone wants a Johnny Beane subscription. So you really, you couldn't get that Best Buy gift card they wanted or that Amazon gift card. Certainly the Johnny Beane subscription will.
Hey, Johnny.
Johnny,
how long have you been doing this show?
Today?
No, how many shows do you do a week? How long have you been doing this? You would think you know how to insert a fucking graphic by now.
Not sure.
You've been doing this so long.
No, but no, I've only been using StreamYard for like a year.
Yeah, every day for a year. Like 365
every few days.
It's like the way Johnny
multiple times a day.
Paul, you notice Johnny only slips up when it's something related to. Let me see if I can make money on the show. Whoops, the Johnny Beane subscription. Whoops, Johnny.
What? How did that get on there?
Yeah.
I've also noticed.
You notice it's never like Johnny Beane like on the honeymoon with his wife, nude photos. Whoops. There's that one.
Or if it's a story that Johnny doesn't give a
gone.
shit about, he breaks out the sound effects machine. He's like, fuck it. I'm just gonna fucking cock block this story.
Yeah, John's talking about his mother.
I'm surprised. Christmas time is here. It'll be on Friday, and I still don't have a sound effect machine. I've been doing the show for a fucking year. I don't have a sound effect machine.
Johnny, maybe Paulie should get sent a sound effect machine.
I should have a sound effect machine. I don't have fucking. Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you.
Eric, can you reach it?
No, it doesn't work, John. See, once again, John, you don't know how the internet works.
Johnny's going to send you the one that's got dead batteries. It's like,
yeah. Why do you hang on to that one?
Why don't you just change the battery? I mean, it's got a little door to change the damn battery. Why don't you just open it up with a screwdriver and change the battery? Paul's there making his own sound effects. Paul's there making his own sound effects. He's, doing the armpit fart to keep up.
Oh, there's why. This is why.
What is that one?
It's football.
Oh, it was an old Coleco, or
that's the old Mattel Classic Football. It's in case I want to make a Clash record.
You should go live on Twitch with that thing, man.
Yeah, right. I sent Paul this great website the other day. What's it called? Toys. Let's see.
Oh yeah, it's toys we had as a kid or something like that.
I'm gonna look it up right now. Wait. Toysyouhad.com. Johnny, go to that website. This is badass.
Cool.
This is badass. Toysyouhad.com. And show the home screen to the audience because they're going to love this.
Yeah, toysyouhad.com is great. I mean, it's funny because I looked down the list of toys I had that my mom threw away when I was too old to play with those toys anymore. And I realized I could fucking put a kid through Harvard.
This is a joke, right? As far as the site, is the way that
no. Toysyouhad.com.
No, but the way it looks.
No,
it's a joke. It's not.
No, it's not a joke.
Listen, Johnny, I've seen the graphics you put up on this show. You're in no place to throw fucking stones.
Okay, look at that. Now you go on the left side. There's a click down menu.
Look, the great part is it's my first website. This is awesome.
This is a website from the 90s.
Yes, because it's a retro fucking site.
It's about old toys from the 60s to the 80s. So if you had toys from the 60s to the 80s, you go on like Coleco Games. Click on Coleco Games.
Oh, Big Jim. I remember Big Jim.
Yeah, so does every other every other guy in prison right now.
I love my handheld Coleco electronic quarterback. That thing was fucking awesome.
Click on Evil Knievel. Click on Evil Knievel.
Can you still hear me? Oh, there it
Yeah.
is.
Unfortunately.
Okay. For some reason, my thing was
Your
spinning.
thing. What the hell?
Wait,
Click
what?
on which one?
Wait,
Evil
what?
Knievel. Click on Evil Knievel.
Tonight.
Can you see it? There it is.
There you go.
Christmas is coming. Yeah. So it goes through, whatever toy you click on, it goes through whatever they made. So there's the original 1970s Evil Knievel.
Evil Knievel sucked because he was basically Gumby, and if you bent him too many times, you broke the little aluminum inside the rubber.
No, he didn't suck. Look, he came with a stunt cycle. It was badass.
No, I understand that, but when you tried to pose him, the good part about it is, the fun part about it is if you tried to pose him too much, you broke him and his arms never reset the right way, just like the real Evil Knievel.
Scroll down, Johnny. Scroll down.
Most
And walk.
accurate toy ever.
See, so keep scrolling, Johnny. So they show like every costume they made, and then eventually with the stunt cycle.
Do you know the comedian Brian Regan? He does a great thing. Brian Regan is so good. He does this whole thing about Evil Knievel, and he's like, I don't understand. They keep showing Evil Knievel. They keep showing that one part where the motorcycle crashes and he bounces in like 17 different directions, and they always ask him the same stupid question: Evil, what were you thinking right then when that happened? He's like, I don't know. Maybe I should get a puppy. Did I leave the stove on? No. I think what I was thinking was, help! I think that's it.
Yeah, so you see that. So that's what this site is.
Scramble van.
It basically shows all the toys and accessories they made in that toy line.
Oh, the Scramble van was way out of anybody's price range. You had to be fucking money for that.
I was lucky to have an Evil with the stunt cycle.
Then you got the one that was the stunt stadium. What the fuck is that? I never even. Oh, an ambulance. That's awesome. The Evil ambulance.
That's what
I want that.
That's like when I was playing $6 Million Man, and the other kids asked me to be Rudy, the guy who picked Steve up.
Oscar Goldman.
Be the ambulance guy. You be the ambulance guy.
You be Oscar Goldman.
Yeah. Steve, I got a mission for you. And then my play value was done. That was it. I said,
I love that because I remember that car when it hit something, like broke into pieces, I think.
Yeah, I think like the shell blew off.
The shell blew off, yeah. And it looked like a dragster.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It broke into pieces.
With Evil's face looked like he wore lipstick. He looked like a dragster.
A little bit. I remember having the Evil Knievel chopper, the blue chopper with the springs, front forks, and everybody would always push down on the front forks until they bent out and fuck up the whole bike.
Well, there's the jet cycle, and then the bike.
That was the thing he completely pussied out on when he was jumping Snake River Canyon. Oh no, that was the rocket. There's the chopper. The chopper sucked because it had the spring front end.
Well, they both had spring front end.
Yeah, but that one there had a long spring front end. People would bend it.
This I liked. I didn't get this, but
what the fuck is that?
It comes with a Yeti.
Why?
Like a monster of the Snake River Canyon. I don't know why.
That's the dumbest thing ever.
So it's like
so that he can crash through them. That's good.
Yeah, it's basically Snake River, so you could like crash land. But then there's a Yeti, I guess, to rape him in his knocked out form or something.
Is that what he said that he saw that caused him to pull the parachute early?
Holy
shit, I saw a Yeti. I'm not doing this. Evil Knievel Road and Trail Adventure Set. Look, he had a trailer so you could put your motorcycle on it. Because it's a Harley Davidson. They break down a lot.
Trailer rent.
At least they did back then.
Yeah, see, they
did. Harley. By the way, could fucking Evil Knievel have jumped a heavier motorcycle, please?
I know, right?
Harley Davidson is the worst choice ever if you're going to jump something. They were the heaviest motorcycles made.
There's the one.
Maybe that's why they made him that way.
The Stratocycle.
Probably so when he landed, he didn't break.
Yeah, he had something that could take the
impact
of it, and make no mistake about it. Evil Knievel knows about impacts. Oh, those were tough. You saw that, you're like, oh, that had to hurt. And it did.
Splitting helmets.
Yeah, KXM Rock. He pulled the parachute about 4 seconds after that thing left the ramp. He got scared quick. I think he knew that he didn't have enough velocity to make it. And he was like, screw it. I'm not even going to chance it.
No, that was the smartest thing he ever did, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm getting in a rocket cycle a rocket to jump Snake Canyon.
This is a bad idea.
Yeah, probably not something you thought out there, Evil.
Nope. Evil did a lot of drinking. People don't know how much he drank. He drank a lot. He was one of the first guys that was addicted to alcohol and painkillers with good reason.
Yeah, because he's always in pain.
Because he was fucked up.
They should have called him the $6 million man. He had so much bionic parts in him.
Yeah, he got fucked up, man. That's why you don't see stunt riders that much anymore. The Travis Pastranas of the world, and those guys are they're a relic of a bygone era. No thanks.
Go to Battlestar Galactica, Johnny.
Oh, Battlestar Galactica. I had a lot of these.
I mean, I still have mine, but there, look at that. There's the original Cylon Raider.
Yep.
Super cool. This is a spaceship that specifically caused the problem with those spring-loaded missiles.
Yeah, because people were choking on them.
Some stupid kid decided to put it in his mouth and fire a missile down his throat and choke to death.
And the original Shogun Warriors.
Yeah, so they basically, they glued the missiles in there from then on. I was lucky enough to get the rocket firing ones.
Yeah, and the Viper also had one that shot the rocket out of the nose.
Yeah, and you'll see in a minute. There's the Colonial Viper.
Yep,
and they were cool. Those really look good. They were cool toys.
I thought that was, look, for the knockoff of Star Wars that Battlestar Galactica was, their ships were really well done. Like their spaceships were really well done, all things considered. I mean, clearly the Viper was a Y-wing fighter, but done differently. It was kind of like an Imperial shuttle.
The Y-wing fighter. It was like an X-wing fighter.
No, but what I'm saying, it was shaped like the Imperial shuttle. You know what I mean? Because that's the top fin and the two bottom fins.
But that came out before they had those things.
I understand that, but they were a combination of the two.
What I'm saying is they didn't have early on. They didn't have certain ships. They didn't have the Imperial shuttle yet when Battlestar came out.
That was a waste of time right there. The Scarab, that was garbage.
I have it. It looks cool, but yeah, it doesn't offer a lot of play value because it's basically a grounded Colonial Viper.
Right.
I mean, and the thing it rolls, but
And the whole point of Battlestar Galactica was it was not a planetary thing; it was a moving thing.
Yeah, they were basically
trying to make a good version of the Death Star. Trying to take humanity on a great trip. People don't know this. This is nerd talk right here. This is some next level nerd shit.
Definitely.
There's the Evil Knievel rocket that jumped Snake River Canyon with different labels on it when they realized that nobody cared about Evil Knievel anymore.
Yeah, only this one worked. Viper launch station. That one launched little foam Vipers.
Yes, they were Nerf Vipers.
Yeah, so you'd put that thing on your arm and shoot little Colonial Viper.
And then basically the Colonial Vipers, they were basically foam paper airplanes.
Now these were cool. I love old school action figures. See, I had
them all.
Yeah, I still have my toys, so I mean I still have them, but yeah, I mean all the all the cool looking figures.
Did you have a gold Cylon?
I did mail away for the gold Cylon. Yeah,
I had one too. Didn't have Ovion. Didn't care about Ovion. Didn't have one. There's the gold Cylon Commander. Yep.
By your command. Yeah,
had them all.
Gold Cylon came off later.
Yeah, had them all and went into a garbage when I was like 12, saying I was too old to play with those toys anymore. Now, what do you think they're worth?
Fuck, man.
Yep.
That sucks. It's a little party pack. I don't know. I got them individually on the card. Imperious Leader.
You said you have them all in the car?
No, I got them on the card. On the card. You know, I bought them like individual action figures, so I got them on the card. Like you saw there. Keep scrolling, Johnny.
Oh no, those were great.
They were terrific. I love them. The ships were great because I loved firing the little missiles. Because the Star Wars toys did not fire missiles. They had cool lights and sound effects, but they didn't actually shoot the missiles. These are the big dolls. These were actually remolds of like a Major Matt Mason or something stupid.
The problem with the Star Wars toys is like on the X-wing fighters and stuff, the cannons fell off the X-wings. They were removable. They should never have been removable. They were removable and they were flexible, so people would always bend the cannons on the X-wing fighters, or they would pop them off and lose them.
Yeah, I took good care of my toys, so I still have them. But like
I did too.
Know, same thing. Like, you know, people would peel the decals off. I'd look at my friend's TIE fighter. I was like, "Holy shit, you got a battle damaged TIE fighter?" No, I just fucked mine up, man.
Yeah, I had friends that would take a soldering iron and put little burn holes on it and shit like that to make it look real. Yep.
Yeah, the Millennium Falcon was always like losing half its shit. And there you go. Go to Shogun Warriors, Johnny.
The original 3 Shogun Warriors. I had them all. Mazinga, Dragon, and Raideen. Had them all.
See, I still have all the Shoguns, including Guy King and Diamos and the Monsters.
I had the smaller ones. You ever remember when they put out the smaller versions of them?
The little die cast.
The die cast with the Guy King, the Dragon.
Okay, so here's the original Shogun Warriors. These things were like 2 foot high plastic robots with
$15.
With missiles that would shoot, with fists that would shoot. They were on rollers, so you could roll them across your floor. These things were badass.
That thing in the middle of his head was a spaceship that came out. It was a control ship.
Yeah, you'd fly like that and then fly it back in his head. See?
Yeah, they were fucking awesome. They were the coolest toys. And they're all based on television shows that were on in Japan at the time.
Right.
But that thing, there's a great example. Mazinga had 14 missiles, 5 on each leg and 2 on each shoulder. And they fired out of that thing on his left hand. And they had some velocity. Like you could shoot those things like 10, 15 yards.
Yeah, you could
put an eye out with those things.
You could shoot a way across. And this is, again, right before some stupid kid choked to death on one.
Yep. You know, that's natural selection. You choke on a fucking toy.
Definitely Darwinism toys. Guy King, this was like the second wave.
Later. Yeah, that was the second wave of them.
Yeah,
those
Guy
missiles
King,
shoot out of his chest.
Diamos didn't do much. Guy King, you had the missiles on his chest that launched out of that little lion face.
Well, Diamos became Danguard Ace, right?
No, Danguard Ace and Combatra, for those following along, were
nerds.
Really. Now we're really going into.
Hey, John, why are we single?
I know, right?
I never had any of these.
I could launch Ray Dean's fist up my ass sooner than I get laid. That's the most action I've got.
I will tell you, though, they did make an improvement with Ray Dean. The first Ray Deans, the missiles that came out of his chest were they weren't as sleek. They were like bubbles. Remember that? They were like a bubble. It was a Delta Wing.
There were these Delta Wing birds.
Yeah.
Now, hold on. Don't jump the gun. Go to Dragon. Let's do this in order. Go back up. Dragon. Because Paulie had Dragon too.
Yeah, and Dragon was pronounced. I think it was pronounced Dragoon back then. Mazinga, Dragoon, and Raideen.
I thought it was Dragon. Either way, whatever way you pronounce it, this motherfucker launched an axe
and stars
out of his left hand and shuriken stars out of his right. These things were pointy. These could really hurt you. And they were launched out of his right fist.
Yeah,
so you shot him at your brother, you could really take his eye out. It's like
you could really hurt somebody.
And that's what made them great.
They were thin and they were relatively sharp for hard plastic, and they spun like actual shuriken. It was
and they're at
ridiculous.
Velocity. These things are at velocity. Take
Night,
you
Amber.
50 yards across the house. Good night, Amber.
KXM Rock's like, these toys here look awful. Fuck you, man. These were awesome.
You had to be there. You had to be there.
By the way, I say that respectfully. I'm kidding.
You don't want to fall down and sit on this one, though.
Yeah. Oh, you never know. I wanted Guy King up my ass.
I fell on Guy King. You what?
Yeah, Richard Gere. Yeah, there's a Shogun Warrior head up my ass. A Shogun Warrior. Shh, please. Can we go in the other room?
Yeah,
A hamster wearing a Shogun Warrior helmet.
Again.
Let me show you in the other examining room.
Yes, Mickey Settlemeyer, you will put your eye out with that thing, kid. That was like that's why I don't give a that's why I never gave a shit about Christmas Story. They're like, he wants a BB gun. Fuck you. I got Shogun Warriors. Way cooler.
Yeah, way more dangerous, way more play value. All right, scroll down, Johnny. Let's go to Ray Dean.
Ray Dean was the best.
Now, here's the thing. Ray Dean was like the big one that everyone wanted. Ray Dean had so much shit. You had a Delta Wing missiles that launched out of his chip. Where are you going? that launched out of his, Johnny heard the best.
He's looking for another picture of it.
Ray Dean.
Ray Dean.
So he had a Delta Wing missiles, and you got a bunch of them that launched out of his chest. Then you had a big fucking axe fist that would shoot across the room. Again, hard plastic, high velocity. Then on the right, you had a big, like an ice pick that was hard plastic that you could definitely take your eye out if you tried. Yep. On the other side.
By the way, just for the record, that movie came out a few years ago, Pacific Rim, 40 years after these toys were out on the market. This is what all of those movies are about. All those.
Yeah, that's what they came up with the idea for, was these
things were the first
Japanese giant robots with human pilots in it.
This was like Ultraman. These were basically, like Ultraman back in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, so stay with me on Ray Dean, Johnny. In the late 70s, that Marvel Comics came out with a comic book called Shogun Warriors, and this Ray Dean was like the leader of them. And then they had two other robots, Dangard Ace and Combatra, that were the three Shogun Warriors that Marvel, had. So I'm in the store looking for where's Combatra, where's Dangard Ace. They were only released in big size in Japan.
Yep.
And Marvel used those two because they got the rights cheaper, because they weren't released in America, so they didn't have to pay Mattel off for anything. And then Ray Dean they used because he was like the most known one out of them all. So, years later, I'm like looking for a Combatra and a Dangard Ace Shogun Warriors nowadays, and they're $5,500 on the collectible market because they were only released in Japan.
Yeah,
so it's like $11,000 for two fucking Shogun Warriors that I don't have and would love to have. And then a friend. What, you had Combatra and Dangard Ace?
Had Dangard Ace, didn't have Combatra
in large size.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yep.
Where the hell would you get them? Like Chinatown?
My mom. Yeah, my mom got them Chinatown in Boston.
Well, now you could throw that one down the sewer. That you $5,500 Shogun.
They're all gone. They're all gone. All of she put them all in a garbage bag and right into a fucking dumpster. One weekend I went home. What would happen was my mom would move because I would go to my father's on weekends. Whole divorced parents thing. So my father would pick me up on Friday night at 7:30 and then drop me off on Sunday night at 7:30. Well, when my mom decided she wanted to move, she would move on that weekend. So my father would pick me up at the old house and drop me off at the new house. And in between, my mom would do the move so that the kid wasn't around and, they could get it done. Well, one time when I was moving from Foxborough to Sharon, Massachusetts, she decided I was too old to play with any of these toys. I was like 12 years old, too old to play with any of these toys. She's like, fuck it. He doesn't need them anymore. They all went in a garbage barrel and in a fucking dumpster. Those, my Battlestar Galactica toys, my Star Wars toys, my Kiss dolls, all of that shit. Just
everything that's awesome.
Shit canned all of it. Shit canned all of it. And the Dangard Ace, I had no idea how much it was worth until later on down the line. Shit, all of them are worth something now.
They're all worth money, but not as much as Dangard Ace and Combatra because he's doing America.
I take it back. I remember where my mom got them. A place called Slocum's on Broadway in South Boston. Slocum's Toys imported all of that shit. All of the little ones, all that shit. Slocum's was fucking awesome. Anything Japanese, Ultraman, Lion Madoo, all that shit. You could get all that shit from Slocum's.
That sucks.
Yeah.
So get this. So I'm telling a friend about Combatra and Dangard Ace, and how I'd love to own them now, but they're so expensive, blah, blah, blah. And he sends me this photo of Ace Frehley in the 70s in a bubble bath with a big Combatra. Literally. He's got a size Shogun Warriors Combatra that's now worth $5,500, and he's playing with it in a tub of suds, and he's like having a good time. He's like so all smiling with Combatra in his hand, and I'm just like, motherfucker. So it's obviously during like one of the Japan tours or something,
You could still find like beat up ones at like those fucked up flea markets that are in like the old drive-in movie theaters and shit. Like they're
there it is. There's the photo.
Yeah.
Show the photo big, Johnny. You can't show it on the main screen?
I got to use 2 hands.
Well, just isolate.
She said.
Isolate yourself so everyone can see this photo because it's a cool photo. There you go. Look at that.
Yeah. Yep.
He's having fun with Combatra. My fucking $5,500 Combatra that I want.
in a fucking tub. If you go to those stupid flea markets, the ones that have like the Crazy Luigi's that fell off the truck sale where you can buy Sony, but it's spelled SONEE, that kind of shit. You'll find a lot of those there, but they're missing a shitload of parts.
Yeah, and you won't find the rare imported ones like Combatra.
And you won't find them. If you do, you won't find them complete.
Yeah, see, there's that. So scroll down a little more, Johnny, and then you get to the monsters. Now, these were badass because my favorite toy as a kid was my Shogun Warriors Godzilla.
Yeah.
Look
Godzilla
how
shot a fist
too.
too.
He shot a fist and he had flame coming out of his mouth. I mean, he had a big lever on the back, which was kind of obvious. They could have done that a little better, but you had Godzilla with a flame coming out.
Now, this is when they started to get lazy, though. This is when they were like, okay, we're just going to take anything and call it a Shogun Warrior.
Yeah, but you know what? To have a big Godzilla doll with weapons that I could use to fight my Star Wars characters, that was like a big freaking deal as a kid. It was totally about that. Then scroll down a little more because you can't just have one monster.
Nope.
They also made... Look at this.
By the way, we'll scroll that back up. Scroll that back up.
Is that Betty White eating a hot dog?
That doesn't look like Mike Tyson to you?
He's got a chunk of ear in his mouth.
Yeah.
Now, Godzilla was a badass toy. And then they made Rodan. And again, I'm a kid who's watching like all these old monster movies.
Oh, yeah, every weekend. Creature double feature.
Rodan. You're waiting for them to make like Mothra and King Ghidorah, three-headed monster. They should have done that. But look how cool Rodan is. Look at the face; it's pretty accurate.
Stephen Franklin remembers Slocum's and Southie, right? Stephen, am I right? Couldn't you get every one of these fucking things at Slocum's? It was awesome. It was on, I want to say, West Broadway.
Nice.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's the Shogun Warriors. And let's look.
They don't have any of the small ones, do they? Do they show the small ones?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's keep going.
There
Yeah,
you go. There you go. Now you're talking about small
See,
Mazingas and Grandizer.
I only had the big ones, but Paulie had the small ones. Now, in the small ones, they did release Combatra and Dangard Ace, but they were 4 inches high. They were 4 inches high. So what was I going to do with that compared to my 2-foot Radine?
Right. Well, these were basically an answer to Micronauts.
These were die cast. These were die cast.
They were answer to Micronauts when Micronauts was doing like the Force Commander and Baron Karza and those mid-size die-cast ones.
Right.
Mattel was like, okay, because I think Micronauts were Mego, right? Or Kenner.
They were Mego. That was what put Mego out of business, actually. Yeah. They had a choice. They're like, okay, we could buy one new toy line. There's Micronauts, which are very cool looking from Japan, or there's some unproven new movie that's a little cheaper called Star Wars. Well, let's go with what's proven. The Japanese and Mego bet on Micronauts being the hot
Kenner.
toy. Kenner was about to go out of business, literally, and they spent nothing on Star Wars to own the license to every piece of Star Wars toy, and then they blew the market away for decades to come. And Mego went out of business shortly after, sadly.
Micronauts were fucking awesome, by the way. They were so good.
Micronauts were great, but they weren't big money makers. They weren't, you know, everyone wanted Star Wars everything, and that's what took everyone's Christmas money.
James Gum is asking about Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. That's the next logical evolution from these. There's a great one. Guy King was fucking awesome.
Guy King was cool. I liked the big one though. I liked the big one.
Yeah, I had all of these, and they should have the Guy King. There should be a Guy King dragon there too, the full dragon.
I think they have that actually.
Yeah, the full dragon that would roll up into a ball.
Yeah, there's Combatra, but she's like 4 inches high.
Yeah, that's not a good one. And Poseidon was ugly too. That they didn't really do the details on the face.
Keep scrolling, Johnny.
There you go. You Grandizer, Guy King.
I mean, these were cool on their own, but you know, I couldn't play with them with my giant Radine.
No, they weren't the same. They were there, and they were heavy though because they were die cast, but they weren't posable. And they hurt. They hurt.
Here's the vehicles. They did Shogun Warriors vehicles, little die cast ones. They were pretty cool.
Yep.
Keep scrolling.
You'll probably get to the dragon at this point.
Yeah. It's there.
It is. Yeah. That's was cool, see now. So that's what Guy King came off of. For people that don't know, the head of the dragon is Guy King's body, and then the horns would be Guy King's head that would pop up. And in order to defend itself, when it was just the dragon, was just Cargosaur or whatever they wanted to call it, it would roll up into a ball. So you could take the tail. The tail was flexible, and you would take the tail, swing it underneath the toy, knock the head down, and there was a little red hole there. You could roll it up into a ball.
It's a little vagina.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
It's an armadillo.
Kind of, yeah. But that also shot tiny little missiles and shit like that kids could choke on.
Oh, yeah. No, this was the age of, Shogun Warriors shooting missiles and things. Anything that could fit down a kid's throat or take out an eye, they were doing it so great.
Yep. And then they took them all off the market because some stupid kid choked on it.
Yeah, that's all it took.
James Gum, I was never into any of this stuff.
Oh, those things were fucking great.
I was into Star Wars.
Star Wars was terrific. They're favorite toys of mine growing up.
These were before Star Wars, though.
Yeah, which was before my time because I was a little tiny baby when Star Wars came out.
You were just a sperm. Now go to ROM. Now here's the thing about ROM. ROM was probably like the weirdest, worst selling toy. It was supposed to be a space robot, but look at this thing. Yeah, it didn't do much, right? But here's the catch. So the toy didn't sell much, and it had a comic book made of it because Marvel bought the license along with some others, and Marvel made this super successful, really cool comic book in the 70s and 80s of Rom the Space Knight that went I think it was 80 issues or something like that.
Yeah, the comic book was better than the toy.
Yeah, but they made it out of this ridiculous toy. So now I had to go buy a ROM. I had to, just because I was such a geek of the comic book. I own one of those. But there's no play value in it. I mean, it's kind of silly looking.
It looks like a bad Majin monster of terror.
Yeah, Niktu Klaatu Barada.
Yeah, it does look a little bit like that too. Yeah. Like Gort.
Yeah. Johnny, go to Pulse.
Klaatu, Barada, and Nikto.
That's it. All Star Wars characters, by the way.
Klaatu, Barada, Nikto.
If you're familiar with your Star Wars figures. Yeah, go to Pulsar, because this is another one of those ridiculously silly 70s toys.
Yep.
Like 79 or something.
The ultimate man of adventure.
Yeah. So you look at this guy, zoom in on him in the
he's the visible man, basically.
Yeah, zoom in on him there. And you see, okay, he's an action figure doll like a G.I. Joe or Big Jim or something. Now scroll down one photo. And here's
And
his
his organs were visible. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a button on the back that pumped his heart, his lungs, and little blood through the tubes, so you can see him running through his body. So that's the gimmick.
Yeah, no, it was awful.
Yeah, I have a button like that on my ball sack that pumps up my penile implant. Yeah, that's the gimmick of him. And like Paul said, he's basically the Visible Man, which was a model kit that, you know, showed all the human organs in a transparent body. So there's Pulsar, another winner. Now here's my award for creepiest toy of the world. Go to Hugo.
So he was kind of like a what's Good Body.
Yeah,
Good Body.
I forget his name.
Stretch Armstrong sucked thrash metal. He was but he weighed like 19 pounds.
Hold on, Stretch Armstrong kicked ass. What are you talking?
No.
Johnny, go to Stretch Armstrong. Let's because I gotta argue this with Paulie.
Stretch Armstrong stuff because he would spring a leak.
So here's the thing with Stretch Armstrong. Stretch Armstrong, you look at him, he looks like a strongman doll, right? Okay, so you grab his arms or his legs, and you could stretch him. You grab one end, your friend grabs the other. You could stretch him across the room
until the rubber dried out, and you stretched him once, and he split open, and the jelly went everywhere.
Yeah, he was full of like this special jelly that gave him like this stretchable capability.
It was gross.
Rubber. I mean, the whole thing's rubber. It weighed like what, 10 pounds?
Yeah, he had to weigh like 8 pounds.
It was like a real heavy doll.
But it was funny when you held him in the palm of your hand. Like if you held him on his back in the palm of your hand, his arms would just ooze down and just fall down because he was basically gelatin surrounded by rubber, and it was really heavy. Like you could put out a car windshield if you threw a Stretch Armstrong at it.
Absolutely. He was like, and when it got old, he was like a rock.
It was
hardened. It was like a brick.
Yeah, he was basically filled with thrash metal gets it right, corn syrup.
Yeah, that was. But it's really funny because like Paulie could grab the arms, I could grab the legs, and we could
walk like 4 feet.
No, you can walk like 10 feet apart from each other if you go that way, like the arms and the legs.
It was awful. It was a shit toy.
And then they did Stretch Monster. If you scroll down,
Stretch Monster, which was very rare.
Yeah, Stretch Monster. They also did like a Plastic Man, which was kind of cool, but I never found him. Here's this one I never saw. Stretch X-Ray.
Yeah, I never saw that anywhere.
Johnny, this one you could see the corn syrup and I guess some organs.
Gross. I never saw that one. Stretch Octopus.
All the girls had that one.
Yeah, for obvious reasons.
Head vibrated. Okay, now go to Hugo, Johnny, because this thing always creeps me out when I see a photo of this stupid toy. Hugo. They called it Hugo, the Man of 1,000 Faces. This was basically because girls had a Barbie head that you could put makeup on and stuff. So they said, well, we should make a version for guys. Look at this creepy thing.
Yeah. It was basically Mr. Potato Head, but way more really. It was Mr. Potato Head, but way more realistic.
It's like Mini-Me.
Yeah, it was creepy. It was like, you know the movie Magic? That's what Hugo reminded me of.
Look at that thing. And you could like switch like things on his face, like beards and stuff. Dress him up in drag and all these weird things.
Yeah, look at the teeth and everything. That was creepy.
Yeah, so they said, oh, boys would love this toy. No, we did not.
It was creepy.
It was really creepy. I'd have nightmares about this stupid
thing. Look at this thing.
It looks like something out of Outer Limits.
What's up with the nostrils?
Wasn't he outside of Captain Kirk's window and in the Twilight Zone episode, Terror at 10,000 feet or something?
Looks like Kevin Spacey in a bar on Martha's Vineyard.
Look at this.
What's up, dildo nose?
Girls would like this toy more. They could sit on its face. It's like John Lennon after
was creepy.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
Look at this. It's like Pedophile City. Look at this thing.
How cute.
Oh,
Look at this. Look, his eye is really fucked up for the kids.
Yeah, Dad, I'd rather have that than Mazinga of the Shogun Warriors. Holy shit. Who came up with this stupid idea? That looks like a disguise Inspector Clouseau would put on.
I love the fact that this website is the worst website ever. I do. It's my first website.
It's great, right?
Yeah. It's like Earthlink website. Made by Netscape.
It is.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff, right?
The old original frames.
It is, but not as laggy.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be retro, so it's funny.
Did someone say saggy? Oh, saggy. Go to Smash Up Derby, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember? I forget the name, what they were called, but they were hot rods. It'll come to me. They were hot rods that started out as classic cars, and then when they rolled down the street like 10 inches, they'd stop and change into hot rods and then take off again.
Oh, I don't remember that. That's not fast.
Yeah, I forget what they were called, but like it would look like a little Deuce Coupe, and then you'd wind it up, and it would roll like until it got to a certain point till the spring let go, and then the spring would cause the front end would like extend, and like this big V8 engine would pop out, and then it would keep going again.
I don't know the name of it, but now I'm thinking. Now I know what you're talking about.
Yes, they were becoming like dragsters, super dragsters.
Yeah. Like side pipes would pop out, and the big block engine.
Yeah, big block engine would come. What the fuck were they called?
Okay. I don't remember what they were
Monster
called.
Machines or something. I forget what they were called.
I don't remember at all what they were called.
They were the coolest cars.
But these were cool. What this was, Smash Up Derby. These were cars. These were cars that you'd pull the ripcord. They'd go flying down at each other, and when they'd smash into each other, all the parts would go blowing off. The doors.
Yes, it would again suitable for choking on small parts.
Absolutely, and we loved it that way. And there's the set I had: Bug'em and Tough Tom the Truck.
The first ones look like the ones on the top. Yeah, they were made by the SSP things. Those were the supersonic something or other is what they called. They had a plastic ripcord that's basically
SSP. This is SSP.
Yeah, they're SSP. They had a plastic ripcord on them that are basically like zip ties, and
Right.
then there was a gear on a gyro wheel in the middle of it, and you put the thing in and you pull it to get the gyro to go, and they took off. The problem is most people would like try to pull them really hard and then kill the teeth on the zip cord, and you were fucked at that point because they didn't sell replaceable zip cords on it. So eventually, then you would have to do this on the floor to get the gyro to go fast enough, and then just let them go.
But if you did it right, these things flew at each other.
Yes,
and like all these tiny parts just burst apart.
Yep.
Like went all over the fucking place, like in your eye or
the top ones look like the Malachi brothers from Happy Days.
The Malachi Crunch.
Yeah. SSP was fucking awesome.
Yeah, so more fun, Dane. And they came with ramps, so you could do it in the air, so you could,
And again, these were also toys that gyro wheel in the middle was like a big rubber wheel that was weighted, and once you got it spinning, it literally had gyroscopic, like you could pick up the thing when you spun it. See the big wheel in the middle, and it would have gyroscopic inertia, and that thing weighed a lot. The whole car weighed a lot. If you took one of those things, pulled the ripcord on it, and then set it at a ramp at a window, you could break a fucking window with them.
Absolutely.
They were so heavy.
With the ramp, of course, you could reach the window because these fucking things in the air.
These were the worst toys ever, and yet great.
Johnny, go to Ricochet Racers because this is one I'll give you a little secret on. This is great. So I
remember these two.
here's another one I had. These are called Ricochet
ball bearings, essentially.
Yeah. Now look at this. Basically, what it is, it's
a shotgun.
It's a big rifle, and it had a really powerful spring loaded. That you'd have a hard time cocking this rifle. But once you did, it had this power spring. And what it is you put this scroll down a little bit. You put this car, it was shaped like a bullet.
Yes, and it had a ball bearing on it.
To a shotgun shell, basically. You put the shotgun shell into the thing, and it launches it. You pull the trigger, it hits the spring, and this thing goes at 1,000,000 miles an hour down on the ground. Now I show you, it went down on the ground because scroll down a little bit. There was a safety feature so that you could only launch. Keep scrolling, Johnny. There's a safety feature to keep it from only going on the ground.
Yeah, you had to have it leaning at an angle.
Yeah, scroll down a little more, Johnny. Let me see if I can. All right, scroll back up. I'll find it on the loose one. Go to the loose gun up at the top. There.
Jesus Rapes Me pulls out a great point. Welcome to Talking Guitars and 80s metal. We haven't said a fucking word about any of it.
I know. Yeah. We still have metal to talk about. We're getting to it.
Yeah, we should probably do that. We're over 3 hours in.
Yeah, we should hurry.
All right, we'll make this the last toy. It's the Christmas show. We got to do some toys. So zoom in on the front of that gun, Johnny. Zoom in on the front. Now, right there below the R is a little activator.
Pin, yeah.
See the little red pin right there, right there. Now, that thing had to be level on the ground or the gun could not shoot because they didn't want you to shoot at your brother or something. I mean, you knock a person out with that fucking car. At the velocity it shot out. What they didn't realize was that kids could hold it up and hold that little piece with their hand. And you could shoot this fucking thing through a window and knock a person out.
It was fucking awesome.
I launched this thing into a wall.
Yeah, you could puncture drywall with it.
I dented the sheetrock like a good size. It's like a human punching a piece of sheetrock. And my father beat the fuck out of me.
If you shot that at a quarter panel of a car, it would leave a ding.
Yeah, I shot it a little bit further away. If I shot at close range, that thing would go right into the drywall. And look at this pointed thing. It's a metal and plastic pointed object shooting out at an incredibly fast velocity. Fast velocity out of a rifle, basically.
And by the way, we shot each other with these things. How many school shootings happened when we were kids? Zero. Because we were busy shooting that shit at each other at home.
We had something to vent our frustration out of.
It was so fucking awesome. That was the most dangerous toy I've ever owned. I loved it.
Yeah,
that thing was fucking awesome. My father was like, "Why did I buy this for you?" Because he was an auto mechanic, so I would shoot the thing at fucking cars in the yard of his shop, not realizing they were customers' cars. I just thought they were fucking junk cars. Oh yeah, you'd fuck up the paint.
Dent the metal easily.
Oh, yeah. It would ding. It would ding the quarter panels.
Johnny, you don't understand how hard it was to cock this rifle. This thing was so powerful. The spring was huge.
Yeah, like you would take the rifle. See the back of it where the star is? You would take that and put it on your knee and push down on this thing to get it to fucking cock with the thing in there and then close it.
It's like a crossbow.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You know what, Jimmy, lick my nuts. We won't miss you.
So go to if you want to look at more, go to toysyouhad.com. We thought we'd play around with that for a little bit, just for a little change of pace, since it is the Christmas show.
Oh, so good.
But anyway.
Yeah, that was the worst. The Ricochet racers were great. By the way, what the point was, literally, because they're called Ricochet racers, the point was to shoot them at a wall because they would bounce off the wall and continue. They would ricochet. So the whole point of the toy was to shoot it at something so that it would bounce off it and keep going. So your mother was like, "Oh, this is great." You'd be shooting it at the coffee table. It fucking chipped out the coffee table. You'd shoot it at like the stereo,
the bottom of the bottom of the wall.
The bottom of the dressers, like your dressers all had fucking notches taken out of them. Or God forbid you had something that was made out of pressed wood. It would fucking blow a hole in the pressed wood, just blow out like a chunk out of it. They were awesome. And
Yeah,
yes, Mike Neese, jarts were the best.
I was about to say, Mike Neese brings up jarts, giant heavy metal lawn darts you'd throw up in the air and could impale a human with.
People would try. It was basically horseshoes with lawn darts. And I remember I was living in Easton at my uncle's house at the time, and we would take them out in the backyard and throw them up as high as we could, and then run away because we'd be afraid if we got hit them. Well, I threw one up in the air, and it sailed over and went right into his pool. And back then, in-ground pools were vinyl. Like fucking. They were vinyl. The lining was not pebble. Yeah. It was a fucking piece of stretched vinyl. And that jart went right in, and I was lucky it didn't dig a hole in the fucking vinyl lining, or they would have had to drain the whole pool, put a whole new thing in it. My uncle kicked my ass.
Nice. All right, let's get on to metal because we got some.
And we talked about guitars. We just haven't talked about metal yet. Except for Backstreet Symphony from Thunder.
It's Christmas, so and Emmett Otter's Jug Band.
Yes,
it's Christmas, so we had to get some toys in there. All right, let's get on to metal stuff. Let's talk about Kirk Hammett. His first meeting with Metallica, he was telling about in an interview. He remembers it. James and Lars do not, which says, of course, a lot about James and Lars. But we don't even remember you were in the band now.
I think Kirk was completely dismissed. I mean, he's been dismissed most of his time in the band, but I think once he lost that iPhone with all those riffs, they were like, "Fuck you! You just don't give a shit."
Oh wait,
hey,
Colleen, I just want you to know I wore your shirt today. Thank you for this. The Santa Claus is coming, and that's what she said. Thank you, Colleen. This is my Christmas shirt. Much love. Thank you for that. We're talking Lenny, Lou, and Mary. Hey, you. So we're talking about Kirk Hammett. So here's the story. Kirk has, formed the band Exodus, while Metallica still had Dave Mustaine in as the guitarist.
Lloyd Grant and then Dave Mustaine. Yeah,
I didn't even remember Lloyd Grant.
Yeah.
He's the Pete Best of Metallica.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Kirk forms Exodus. It turns out that they're playing at a club, and Kirk's frontman at the time, Paul Bailoff, says, "Hey, you got to see these guys, Metallica. They're really heavy. We should check them out." So they go to this club, and they check out Metallica. And he says, "I saw them play at an audience of 15 people, literally 15 people, including them." And he says, "Wow, they really are heavy, and they're very cool. Wow, they're neat." A week later, they get a gig in a club because they're friends with this band, Laz Rocket. And Laz Rocket is headlining, and Exodus is opening, and Metallica is playing in the middle. So like, hey, cool, we're doing a bill with those guys Metallica we saw a week ago. That's neat. So Exodus plays, and a normal crowd never. Metallica gets up, and the room suddenly fills up from about 30 people to like 100 and something people. He said it just suddenly, when Metallica was up next, the room just packed. And this is like really early on days before anyone got a deal or anything. And then once they were done, the room emptied back out again. And Laz Rocket played back to another 30 people. So he's like, wow, I don't know where these people are coming from, but they're obviously just coming from Metallica. So flash forward, Kirk gets a phone call a while, I think it was April 1st, he was saying that, hey, we've parted ways with Dave Mustaine. We're looking for a guitar player. Come join our band. Here's your chance to join our band. And he thought about it, and he wound up doing it, as you know. And the guys at Exodus were furious. And he says, all I remember was I broke it to them. I said, I know it's a shit thing to do because it's my band, and I brought you guys in, and I came up with the name and wrote the songs and blah, blah, blah. But I'm kind of leaving you guys for Metallica. And the singer was just so pissed. He just like poured a beer on his head and fuck you. And that was what Kirk remembers. Now, Metallica, James and Lars are like, we don't remember playing with you ever. We don't remember we don't even remember the first time we met you.
that's kind of how they are when they're not together.
That was a foreshadowing of what was to come for Kirk Hammett. Even though Kirk was, the first album, and since on, he's still that second-class citizen up to this day compared to Lars and James.
By the way, if anybody is interested in that style of music, Exodus's Force of Habit is a phenomenal record.
And by the way, if anyone is big into digging thrash, the new Gizmochi is fucking phenomenal.
Just a complete shill for our friend Jay.
But it really is a killer song. You got to admit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I listened to that thing again the other day, and I was like, I got to mention this on the show again because it really, really is. Yeah, I know we're friends with Jay Hannon, and he's one of our co-hosts and blah blah blah. But you know what? Speaking openly, without objection, no lie, check out and download and buy the new Gizmochi single. It's phenomenal. Really, really, really good. Really.
By the way, professional idiot.
Link in the chat.
Professional idiot. I know every mother's nightmare. They're from Memphis, and one of the girls that was one of the station, hotties, is married to Rick from that band. They're very, very cool guys, and Rick is married to one of the hottest chicks I know, and she's a twin.
Love can make you blind.
Love can make you blind.
That's
great song.
That was their hit. Well, that and
I like them.
They had another song called "Walls Came Down" too. That was kind of a good one.
You make the walls come down.
Yeah, and thrash metal wasn't just Gizmochi. I mean, come on, we talked about Metallica and Exodus. Two excellent bands in their own right.
Again, if you haven't seen if you want to check out a good Exodus tune, just Google for the video or YouTube the video. "Good Day to Die." Fucking awesome song.
Great song.
Yeah.
Didn't Exodus also do a Christmas song? If I remember.
I don't know.
Or like a Christmas cover?
They may have. I don't know.
A Christmas cover. I don't know.
Anyways, they just released an album too recently because Steve Souza is back and doing great. I love him in that band. There's two different Exoduses. There's the Paul Bailoff version and the Steve Souza version. I happen to like the Steve Souza version because Steve Souza.
Are they coexisting? Are they doing that coexisting thing right now?
I don't think there's two different versions. I mean, just saying there were two different singers. It's the Sammy Dave thing.
Okay, got it.
But Steve Souza happens to be a doppelganger. Some people have said you look like the guy that sings Toxic Waltz. I know.
You look like the Piss Boy. Thrash Metal said Exodus covered Lowrider.
Yes, did a great cover.
But I'm talking. I thought they did a Christmas song too.
They also did "Bitch" by the Stones.
Bitch. Let's see. So speaking of new music, Last in Line, which Andrew Freeman, Vivian Campbell, Phil Susian, and Vinny, how is it now? Appice or Appice? However they decide to go with it. Not a fan, Paulie?
Nope.
I'm gonna say I like this one song that they did recently. They did a song called Landslide, which was actually a bonus track on their second album, only available in Japan. But what they did recently was an acoustic version of it that I think is really, really good. So take a look at it. There's a video for it. Put in Last in Line acoustic version of Landslide and see if you like it. I like it. Paulie, not a fan of the band. I don't like it because they're one of the bands that just started to feed off the carcass of Ronnie James Dio. But forgetting the moral aspect of it, you don't like the music of it at all?
It's all right.
It's okay, right? It's okay.
I liked Andrew Freeman when he was in California Breed.
I like Vivian Campbell when he was in Dio, Whitesnake, and still Def Leppard.
River Dogs, everything.
Go on. He's done everything. He's done everything. But I like this acoustic version of Landslide. They're dedicating it to missing touring and feeling bad that everyone is unable to tour now with the pandemic and everything. So that's their tribute to that. If you watch the video, it's little private moments of them having fun on tours and stuff. Let's see. John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora in the news trading quotes lately. John Bon Jovi basically saying, you know, we'd love if things were cool, if Richie Sambora would have gotten his shit together. We'd give anything to have Richie as a member of the band. You know, we miss him. He left in 2013. He came back briefly for a Hall of Fame induction in 2018. But, you know, again, he basically, you know, considers that, you know, Richie really had to deal with issues of substance abuse and alcohol abuse. And, you know, Richie says, well, I wanted to spend more time with my daughter. And I have no regrets about leaving Bon Jovi, but if the right combination happened, I would not have any opposition to going back in Bon Jovi.
Which means that now that Richie's daughter is grown up and she's going to college
23.
and doing her own thing, Richie Sambora will rejoin Bon Jovi next year when we start touring again. That will be one of the first big bands that goes out and starts selling out stadiums. And I bet they keep Phil X too.
See, that's my
because
prediction.
Bon Jovi is just becoming one step closer to the E Street Band. So why not have 9 fucking people on stage? Plus, both Phil and Richie can cover for John's failing voice.
Ooh.
It's true. His voice isn't what it was, and so anytime you can have a couple of guys in there to add some harmonies. I mean, David Bryan does a great job with it now, but Richie has got every bit the pipes that John does.
Right.
And they're so close that having him in there takes a little bit of the heat off of John, because John is starting to sing. He's starting to do the Vince Neil. Yeah. You know what I mean?
But John's always played with the audience like that.
Yeah.
But now that it's in the air, that was my prediction too, is that at some point, now that both sides have put it out there, that's
it's going to happen.
It takes is some producer to say, wait, what did he say? What did he say? Gather money, quick, gather money, put it together. Stadium tour.
Yep.
Someone's going to come up with that. I agree with Paulie 1,000%.
Yep.
And so
especially with touring. Once touring live shows start coming back, they're going to need something big to try and attract people to go back out to big shows again. And a Bon Jovi reunion, whether we agree or not, is a big fucking show for people to go check out.
Absolutely.
That's a stadium band.
Still in the U.S.?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Bon Jovi
that's a stadium tour band.
Bon Jovi is the new Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. It's what it is. It doesn't matter if you and I like it. There's going to be enough women and second generation. There's going to be enough people to go to that show. That's a stadium band. They're on their way to U2 and Queen World.
Randy Price said Bon Jovi hasn't put out a good album since New Jersey.
Agreed.
I gotta disagree. I'll tell you why. While I agree that it wasn't Slippery or Bon Jovi, every other Bon Jovi album has sold well, even though it's not our market as much. They were more, like Paulie said, more Bruce Springsteen-ish, more of a rock band than a hair band back then. You know, It's My Life.
Yep. They've redefined themselves.
This House Is Not for Sale. You know, they have redefined themselves, but
Keep the Faith.
Keep the Faith, another great example. But every album has sold really, really well, consistently. And the thing about it is, it also covers the nostalgia factor for all the hair band guys of the 80s and girls, for that matter. And that's a lot of money. And they've always been a band that fills full stadiums. I mean, just major headline ability there. Very good.
I don't know about in the U.S. though. I think overseas,
yes. Absolutely.
No, they're a stadium band here.
Very much a stadium band. Yep. Very much. I'd say out of the 80s, they're probably, them and Def Leppard are probably like your best.
They're the two biggest bands of that era. They're the two biggest hair bands of all time. I mean, 1 and 1A, and you can slot them either way you want. It's Bon Jovi and Def Leppard and everyone else.
Yeah. And again, Def Leppard's already on the stadium tour with Motley Crue and Poison. And again, who knows when or if this will come to fruition, but I definitely think money will talk. And I don't know who they would get with them, you know, whether it's a bunch of other 80s bands or someone, you know, like a contemporary, like someone like maybe Aerosmith or something, you know, it would
be a double headlining thing.
Double bill kind of thing.
Yeah. It would be a Bon Jovi, Aerosmith, Bon Jovi.
It'd be Bon Jovi, Aerosmith, and then whatever the latest biggest band is, like
Oh, boy.
smaller band.
Maybe.
I'll tell you what. You know what would have been perfect if obviously
Gizmachi. It'd be
Gizmachi.
Hey, Jay.
If they were the double headliner. Jay, you just missed it. I was just plugging you.
Wait,
He
what?
felt it.
Yeah, his ears were ringing. He's like, wait a minute. No, who would have been great if tragedy hadn't happened would have been Van Halen. Bon Jovi Van Halen double bill would have been the thing. Reunion. Holy shit.
Yeah, if there's enough money in it, if there's enough guaranteed money for both bands, the ticket prices would have been higher than the balls on a giraffe, but
but it would have been worth it. God forbid.
No, but it's a Johnny Bon Jovi is, whether we like it or not, they're a stadium band.
I know. I lived with Desmond Child. I know.
So you.
I met
Bon
Jovi's mom. I met his mom.
We know you live with Desmond Child.
I know all about Bon Jovi, but I think they're still bigger overseas.
So what?
Everyone's big
overseas.
overseas.
As far as stadiums,
they play multiple nights overseas. That's all. They play fucking 7 nights at the O2. They still can fill. They can still fill a 70,000 seat arena here in the United States. They'll sell out. They do multiple nights at Giant Stadium.
You reunite the biggest band of the 80s, basically, you will sell out stadiums. There's not a question in my mind. And to answer Dane, happy birthday, buddy. Bon Jovi did a Joe Biden campaign rally.
That's just him being political.
Listen, as far as a campaign rally, and not that we're playing politics, but we're in a pandemic. We're in a pandemic.
Just don't.
A politics demic.
Just don't.
Yeah, no one should be out at a rally that has 40 cars anyway. That's not fair.
Don't even bother.
So, just saying.
Speaking of Steel Panther, man, those guys are idiots, man.
Bacon Jr. says John is greedy. That's why Richie left. You could go back and forth with that. I mean, really,
the band is Bon Jovi.
Yeah, you have to remember
Richie Sambora put
a hired gun.
Yep.
These are 5 equal ways.
It's the Bon Jovi band. You knew what you were getting. You knew what you were getting into.
You have to realize the record contracts are John's. He hires all the other guys, and it's not that he doesn't pay them well, but it's not an even split. They are John's band.
Now, as far as songwriting credits, yeah, they split some songwriting credits.
Yes.
Yeah, they split the songwriting credits. So by the way, Richie's not hurting for rent money, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But I bet negotiations to make that happen, somebody has to give Richie a good guarantee. He's going to want his piece because he knows that multiple nights at a stadium with Richie Sambora, one night at a stadium with Phil X.
Yeah, big difference.
There's some brand equity there.
Yeah, everyone wants to relive the nostalgia. Myself too. I'd pay for it. More than $1,000 a ticket to be at to watch on TV Kiss's New Year's Eve special. Tell you that. Let's see. We went over Kiss. National Guitar Museum just awarded Eddie Van Halen a Lifetime Achievement Award. Now, here's the thing about the National Guitar Museum. For those of you guys and girls that don't know this, National Guitar Museum, when they hand out a Lifetime Achievement Award, it's for someone living, usually. They've never done it for someone deceased. They felt that Eddie Van Halen, being still young and still recording and still touring, had a lot more to accomplish. But they felt eventually, of course, that they would have done an Eddie Van Halen Lifetime Achievement Award while he was alive. They didn't expect him to pass away, and they've never given it to someone deceased. But they said, in this case, it's the right thing to do, of course, as a memoriam. So they gave it to him and said, no one has, of course, accomplished more than Eddie, but they just wanted to give it to him while he was alive. So, Lifetime Achievement Award, Eddie Van Halen, National Guitar Museum. Still very cool thing.
It's only been around for 10 years, so there isn't a lot of people that have been able to get the awards.
Yeah. And again, they wanted to, and have always given it to living people still. Speaking of Van Halen, Wolfgang Van Halen recently interviewed and was asked, what was your favorite memory of Eddie? And he said, well, the thing about it is, everyone assumes that rock stars were bad parents, and a lot of them are. They're absentee, they're always on tour, they're not hands-on fathers. My dad was the best father in the world. He truly spent tons of time with me, brought me everywhere, taught me things, just loved being with me and loved being a fun, super nice guy and a caring father and things. And they're like, well, nail down one specific thing that like is the best memory. And he's like, the best memory I have, it's going to sound kind of silly, but I have it on videotape somewhere and I'm dying to find it. One day I'll dig it out of all the videos we have, because my dad took so many home movies, and it was a time when we were having the floors of the house refinished, and the floors were all smooth and everything as they were, lifting up stuff and stone and carpet. And he says, and Dad and I were just in our pajamas, dancing around silly, sliding around in our socks, and just acting goofy, just in our pajamas like two big idiots. And he's like, and make no mistake, I was only 7, but my dad was playing to a 7-year-old. And he was just making me laugh and everything. And we were just having such a good time and endless laughter. And he's like, at some point, I'm going to dig out that video and play it for everybody. So I thought that was really cool, because we've seen video that, Eddie really was like a good father, which is very rare in this business.
Mm-hmm. And you always heard about it too. Like Valerie Bertinelli was every interview she did since Wolfgang was born. It always went to Edward as a father to Wolfie, and how great they are together. And it's great that we're just now seeing that stuff on video. As hardcore fans, we've known this the whole time.
But I can only imagine. I can't wait to see until one day he does dig out that video, because that's got to just be fun. It's like the dad we all dreamed about, just the type that wants to play with us and spend time with us and, dress up in PJs. And, my father, he's like, he's walking around the house naked. Come on, dance with me. Come on. Hold on to this. Dance with me. Meh, Cuda.
Meh. Halen.
By the way, please leave a thumbs up. Even though we were talking about toys a lot today, please leave a thumbs up on the video, just because we're having fun today, because we want you guys and girls out there to have fun today, because it's Christmas. Christmas.
Gee, Ricky, sorry your mom blew up.
I love that movie. Nita Strauss interviewed recently. Nita Strauss of the Iron Maidens, formerly, now guitarist of Alice Cooper. Phenomenal talent. Replaced, or how do you pronounce her name? Orianthi in Alice Cooper's band a few years back. She was interviewed recently. Advice you have for other girl players. And she's like, well, I'll give advice, but it's for girl and guy players. And she's like, twofold. First one, ignore the haters online, because in this day and age, we are so addicted to going online and being critical and haters and stuff like that. And we never used to be. She's like, Metallica comes out with a new album. The first thing you see all over online, oh, it sucks. All over online, people bashing, because that's just the atmosphere we have online today. So she's like, ignore the haters, because if Stairway to Heaven came out today, they'd be bashing that too.
Well, when Stairway to Heaven came out, it got bashed. Rolling Stone ripped every fucking Led Zeppelin album when it was released. Now they swing from their nuts like they were there from the beginning.
Which it seems to be a Rolling Stone tradition.
Yeah, no, that's what they do. Except for they disrespect arguably the second greatest guitar player ever to pick one up. And there's an argument that he could be the best by ranking him number 8 in their fucking Guitar Greats issue.
Fucking morons.
Idiots.
But I bet if the article came out now, oh, he's number 1, of course. We've always felt that way. dildos. And she said the other thing was be on time. She's always 15 minutes early to any gig, any sound check, which goes very well for a lot of things to always be on time, and that means early.
Not this show.
Not this. Yeah, I know. I was going to say. I'm always here. I'm always sitting here. 22.
Because you never move. Even your wife doesn't see you.
22. I'm sitting right here. But luckily, Facebook has that thing where they cut us off like at a certain time. So
yeah, because we get, for those that don't know, we get into conversations before the show, and then we're like, oh, we gotta go. We gotta go on. Let's see.
By the way, for the I'm hoping that someday we'll stop talking about the fact that Nita Strauss and Orianthi and Lizzie Hale and Lita Ford are female guitar players. I think that thing was broken years ago.
That glass ceiling.
Yeah, that glass ceiling. Sister Rosetta Tharpe was a fucking great guitar player. Bonnie Raitt is a fucking great guitar player. Nancy Wilson is a fucking great guitar player. Gender has no bearing in how good a guitar player is. You're either good or you suck. There's no two ways about it. And it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman or somewhere in between, Vinnie Vincent.
Oh. Vinny always makes you wait. He's always making you wait. It's like, it's been 4 days. Do you think he's going to show?
And the interesting thing about that, Vinnie Vincent is somewhere in between of good and suck, depending on when you get him.
I wonder if he's got like a Christmas bash again that you pay like $500. You pay $500 to watch him like pretend to play one song and make potato salad and pay for autographs. The quarantine Christmas. You can, I know Kiss is having a New Year's Eve Christmas. They're charging $1,000. For me, you can go see my Christmas New Year's Eve bash online, and it's $500. And you don't even have to leave your house.
It's not $1,000. It's $999 because we're keeping it affordable for the fans.
Because we know the fans are going through a hard time right now, and we do this all for the fans. That's why we have $1 million worth of fireworks.
I got both dogs telling me to wrap this thing up.
I'll tell you about Bang Energy Drink. One last story. Last one. Speaking of critics online, Angus Young recently interviewed and wanted to mention that some critics have said that all the band's albums have sounded the same, and their new one sounds just like another one of their old albums. So what does he think about that? And what do I think about that? I think it's great. That's what they want, is us to sound like us. They're like, but don't you want to try new things? That's where everyone fucks up. Our band sounds like our band when it started because that's what we sound like. We don't want to do experimental things. We get on stage, play rock and roll, and that's what we sound like.
They're too old to even do experimental things.
Well, yeah. They tried it with different sounds, different production sounds, and things like 1984, 1983, 84, and 85 when Fly on the Wall came out. It sounded unlike anything else they did, and it shit the bed. There was so much reverb. There was so much reverb, so much nonsense on the record. You couldn't hear anything. It was piss poor production, and it didn't do well.
Which one?
Don't get me wrong. I love the record. Fly on the Wall. Fly on the Wall was a huge disappointment. In fact, everything from Flick of the Switch until The Razor's Edge was considered a disappointment.
I had that, but I was still a new fan when that came out. So to me, there was no. I'm just like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it was. I do too, but historically, AC/DC is known for having dropped off in their quality of music, or at least the appeal of their music, because the quality was always great. Mm-hmm. But from Flick of the Switch to The Razor's Edge, everything in between there was considered the down period for AC/DC.
Maximum Overdrive soundtrack. Good point, Randy Price.
Yeah.
Who made who? Remember that?
Again, didn't production-wise, didn't sound like anything else AC/DC did. Way too much reverb on the drums, way too much distortion, way too much. They were trying to
but that was the time.
I understand that. That was
you heard that album, especially that song, you knew very clearly it was AC/DC, and I like that, you know?
No, I don't disagree with you, but what I'm telling you is they've tried to change their sound, to modify their sound, and that's not what people wanted. People want AC/DC to sound like AC/DC. Now, the music is the same, and the quality is fantastic, but from a sonic standpoint, they did start fucking with the sound of the band, and it didn't work.
But it wasn't that much. It wasn't enough like to say like, oh, they've gone grunge or something, you know?
Oh no, they didn't do what a lot of other bands like Kiss and Priest and all the bands there. Yeah, I mean, they certainly stayed true to. I mean, AC/DC does what they do. They do Chuck Berry rhythm and blues, boogie woogie.
Yeah, and there isn't much of a. You can't really. Yeah, I mean, AC/DC has one sound.
It's what they do.
That's it. And that was his point, was that, you know, look, our fans want us to sound like AC/DC. They expect us to sound like AC/DC. Holy shit, Cobra Kai. Where have you been, man? We need a dick imposed on Betty White. Stat.
There are three bands. There are three bands that never really changed their sound, and I'm glad they never did. AC/DC, Ramones, Motorhead. You know what you're getting, and that's what I want. It's what I want when I pick up their records. I want it to sound like the Ramones. I want it to sound like Motorhead, and I want it to sound like AC/DC. That's, you know, what else do you want?
What was the first thing we were all saying when AC/DC announced Power Up? We were all saying, we hope it sounds like classic AC/DC, and it does.
And Brian sounds the best he has in years. Whatever they did, whatever that monitor, in-ear monitor, whatever he needed to do, and the rest probably helped too. Taking 5 years off probably helped too. But vocally, he sounds as good as he did back in 1990, and that's not always been the case. I mean,
thank God for that monitor technology.
You could hear in stuff like Stiff Upper Lip and Ball Breaker, his voice was shot. I mean, it's still. Look, he's never had golden tones, but you could tell he was straining and it was tired, and the producer was doing everything they could to get the best out of Brian. But in the last two records, even Rock or Bust, he sounded great on that too.
No, he sounded terrific, and
at 72 fucking years old.
And hey, Halen Fanatic, welcome finally. Got to rewind it to catch all the other stuff you missed today. No, look, you know, that's the point of Angus. And for critics to say, well, you guys, your albums all sound the same, and the new one just sounds like your old stuff. That's like what everyone wants. If someone came up and said, hey, Eddie Van Halen, your albums sound like your first album, man. What's
Here's
wrong?
The thing, though, you fucking changed when you try to take a chance. You know, and I use, not to stay on the Van Halen tip, but I use David Lee Roth as an example. He puts out, you know, Crazy from the Heat. He puts out Skyscraper. He took some chances on Skyscraper that were out of the norm for what you expect from David Lee Roth, and he was fucking panned for it. So he went back and made a great rock record in A Little Ain't Enough, and people went, yay, this is great. So then but this is the typical same old, you know, crotch rock that David Lee Roth does do. So he puts out Your Filthy Little Mouth, where he does some dub on it. He does some country on it. He does a Willie Nelson cover on it. And people go, oh, fuck that. This is garbage. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. If you put out a record that sounds like what the band's supposed to sound like, people go, well, it's the same old shit. And then if they take a chance and go off the page and do something different, they go, well, this is not what I want from the band. I want them to be what they are. Fuck you.
But Dave
can't win there.
Dave is one of those examples that's like the extreme example, because he always wants to be like, I want to do show tunes and country and rap. And it's like,
but that's the point, though. You can't. But if you try to do that, people pan you for not being what you are. Then if you do what AC/DC does, people go, oh, why don't you do something different? Like, look, the Stones are an R&B band. You know what you're getting when the Stones put out a record. But the Stones were a band that could go and do disco and had it work. Led Zeppelin, same example. Led Zeppelin did all of these great blues songs and these metal songs. Then when they dipped into prog rock on Presence and In Through the Outdoor, people panned them for it. It's like, what do you want from us? You want us to, so AC/DC is like, we're going to do AC/DC. And if you don't like it, great. There are plenty of people who do.
Well, Renus brings up the Bret Michaels band doesn't sound like Poison because that's CeCe. CeCe writes the songs, and CeCe's that unique guitarist that stands out from the Bret Michaels band guitarist. So I mean that's all CeCe.
Well, and I think that that's the way it should be. I think if you're going to do a side project, then do a side project.
Yeah, totally.
But if you're like if Angus Young makes a solo record, I don't expect it to sound like AC/DC.
I'm sure Mick Mars' solo will not sound like Motley Crue.
With any luck, it won't. But the problem is when you've been doing that for 50 years, that's what you do. That's the book you know. That's the style you have. You might think you're doing something different, but it's not. It's you. It's who. And especially when you're somebody like Angus or Eddie Van Halen or Tony Iommi who have a signature tone. Angus is SG into Marshall, everything dimed. And you know what it sounds like the minute you hear it. There's nobody that sounds like Angus Young. When you hear him strike a chord, you know it's Angus.
Definitely.
And so it doesn't matter what he plays, it's going to sound like Angus. But Angus does what Angus does. He's a Chuck Berry R&B guitar player. He's not going to sit there and play neoclassical. He's certainly capable of it. He's got the dexterity to do it, but it's not who Angus Young is, and it's not what he's going to deliver.
But I agree exactly what you're saying. Get a side, if you're doing a side project, get a side band. Do your solo album and whatever. Richie Sambora's solo album was not Bon Jovi.
Right.
Because you don't have you and John and Tico Torres and Alec John Such and David Bryant. You don't have that whole chemistry there.
Chemistry can't be created.
That's a different sound. So if you're going to do get a different guitarist with a different style, different bass player, and whatever you got there, because that's the reality, But that Angus is doing AC/DC albums, they should sound like AC/DC albums. They do. He's happy with it. We as the fans are, but there's always some dildo reviewer. And there was like,
But that's a critic's job.
Same old. Yeah, but critics don't. The reality is, most critics don't know their ass from their elbow.
Well,
and
critics
we know this.
Critics tend to be failed musicians themselves. They tend to be failed musicians. Yeah. Now, here's a great example of a guy that threw a curveball that nobody would even think of, and that's Marty Friedman. So Marty Friedman puts out shred records with Jason Becker early in his career with Cacophony, puts out some shred records, solo records, and then he makes a new age record on a Windham Hill label called Scenes, and it sounds nothing like anything else that Marty Friedman has ever done. Nobody cared. They wanted Marty Friedman to be a shredder, so he jumps into Megadeth. And he's been that guy ever since because he took a chance. He went in a place. He even delivered it into an arena and to an audience that had no real understanding of who Marty Friedman was, but he took an artistic chance, and the fans and the music industry went, "That's not who we care." You're not Stanley Jordan. You're not Pat Metheny. You're Marty Friedman. Be Marty Friedman.
And the other aspect to that is if you're going to do some sort of project like that because, I've always wanted to do a blues record, you got to do it with your own interests, expecting to be doing it just for you. Don't expect us as fans to follow you along the way because we like you pulling Marty Friedman as an example. We like you as Marty Friedman, and we like you for a certain reason of what Marty Friedman plays, and that's why we follow you. We're not just going to buy anything with your name on it. I may not want a blues record. I may not like a country record. You want to do it for you, be prepared to take a loss or, pay your own expenses and do it as your own labor of love, but don't necessarily think, why didn't they follow me here?
Well, that's what happened with me and Yngwie. I love the first 5 Yngwie records, and then he started to go so self-indulgent, and so I'm like, all right, I get it. You can play. I've heard this. I'm done. And I, the first 5 Yngwie records are fucking phenomenal to me. But then after that, you're like, Now Yngwie's doing what Yngwie does, but he went so far to a place that he wanted to be self-indulgent with that I went, all right, I'm out. I can't do this. I can't do it anymore. I've had enough. And at some point you either go along for the whole ride or you're not that emotionally invested in it. And, Van Halen 3 was a great example of that. Huge band, as big as they get. Third lead singer, self-indulgent Eddie Van Halen solo record for the most part, nobody cared.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Johnny bought both
I love it.
copies that were sold.
I love it.
Baker Jr.
because I'm you know, I'm you know, the fan, you know, such a huge fan of theirs. To hear something different from them, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's nice, but how many did it sell?
And Paulie put it best. It really kind of was an EVH solo album. You know?
Was. It definitely was. If Gary wasn't... See, what happened was Eddie wrote all the music to Gary's lyrics. It was a total opposite of how he normally wrote songs.
It's an example of not everybody is going to go with you. If Eddie Van Halen can't get the masses to go with him on a trip that goes outside the mainstream or outside the expected norms of what he is, nobody will do it.
Agreed.
Nobody can do it. If Eddie Van Halen, the biggest guitar player since Hendrix, can't get people to follow him, Clapton can't get people to follow him. You can't. You just do what you got to do who you are. You got to be who you are.
I think it depends though on, you know.
Name one.
Who's the biggest singer right now?
We have a cricket sound effect, Johnny. I'm looking for crickets on here.
No. You know, if you take somebody like a Madonna or somebody like that, who's
Miley
always,
Cyrus just released a rock record.
Changing.
Nobody cares. Miley Cyrus sells more records than Van Halen these days, and nobody cares.
Is that the Metallica cover? Is that out already?
Yeah.
She's
Garth Brooks, biggest name in country music history, puts out that Chris Gaines record. Nobody cares.
No, but he's right. He's
Chris
totally.
Gaines fans did.
Both of them? Do they both care?
You can't do it. Ozzy sang on that Was Not Was record.
Elvis Presley.
When Elvis went gospel, people didn't care.
But he was gospel. That's how he started.
I understand that, but then Colonel Tom Parker brought him into stealing black people music, and he became Elvis the Pelvis, and he became an R&B rock and roll icon, and then he went back to do the Jesus music.
And
nobody cared.
Forrest Gump taught him that dance move with the legs. Hey kid, show me that move.
Yeah, it's you can't name one that was able to do that was able to take people on another. U2 at the height of their popularity makes that record with Luciano Pavarotti, the Passengers record. Nobody cared. It doesn't work.
I didn't even know they made it.
Metallica and Lou Reed.
And here's the funny thing about that is you're taking two entities and disappointing the fans of both of them. So it's like the Lou Reed fans don't want to hear Metallica. The Metallica fans don't want to hear Lou Reed.
Right.
It's like there's no audience other than you as a labor of love. So it's all coming out of your pocket. Don't wonder why it didn't sell.
James Stewart says not everything can be a hit. In the music business, it's supposed to be. That's the whole point.
Otherwise, you're losing money.
And if you're going to do a boutique project and do something that's supposed to be your artistic vision, don't expect everybody to follow you. Those that do follow you, be appreciative of it, but don't sit back and go, well, I tried to make my artistic vision and nobody cared. No, they didn't. You just do what you do. But it is the music business, and if you're putting something out and you expect people to buy it and they don't, you can't be mad at them for it. That's your vision wasn't their vision. Once you become a commodity in the music industry, if you want to make an art project, don't charge people money for it. If you want to have your vision,
expect that your vision is not what the fans want.
Just understand that if you're going to do a boutique project that is your vision and something completely away from the commercial vehicle that you're known for, don't charge people for it. Give it to them for free. It's your vision. It's not commerce, it's art. Give it to them for free. If they don't like it, there's nothing invested. But if you charge them for it and they don't buy it, you can't be pissed about it.
We still can't get that U2 album out of our iPods, man.
Lenny Lou says, first listen to Van Halen 3, I watched the floor and it was awesome. Hey, look, we all have our
Because you heard that scrub brush. You heard that scrub brush. It was very inspiring.
That was him sweeping. That was him sweeping the floor.
Yes,
and
until the
and at that time
the handle fell out. Shit.
And Mary was taking a brush and unknotting her pubes. So there was brushing sounds all around the house that night.
Bacon Jr. music is no longer art when you charge people money for it. Then it becomes a commodity. It's a product.
But it is. It's always a commodity. It is.
No, once you start charging people for it, it's a commodity. It's a product. Yeah. If you want to make music and you want to call it art, you give it away for free. Art is meant to be appreciated, not purchased.
And Thunder Falcon, the Traveling Wilburys, that was almost like a super group, project. That's not really like changing stuff so much, because you look at like that wasn't that far away from what Tom Petty was doing anyway.
Yeah, but the people bought the Traveling Wilburys. A lot of people bought the Traveling Wilburys weren't fans of the guys that were in the band. They didn't buy it because it was a side project. It was a band. It was a super group. It was a band. It wasn't an artistic vision.
Yeah, it's not like Tom Petty doing thrash or something. It was
it
was right along the way of what you expected of him and Roy Orbison, and
But Tom Petty was really big at that point, though.
That was Jeff Lynne's project. The Traveling Wilburys was a Jeff Lynne project.
But the
Jeff
people
Lynne put that thing together.
The people in that band fit right in there. They fit right in there. They chose the right people.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's different than like taking someone out of their genre. If AC/DC did a country record, you'd be bent. You'd be like, what the fuck
Although I do love the bluegrass AC/DC records. I thought the Hayseed Dixie record was fucking awesome. Thought it was funny. And I think that 6 Feet Under's Blackest album, Graveyard Classics 2 is fucking awesome, which is basically 6 Feet Under re-recording AC/DC's Back in Black as a fucking death metal record. Hilarious. Great. Awesome. Love it. Nobody cares.
But it's fun.
Wow.
It's, Deja Voodoo says, there have been plenty of guys moving to soundtracks, film scores, Rob Zombie, Trent Reznor. Yeah, true. But again, they're still doing songs that are, for the most part, in their genre.
Except for Danny Elfman. But here's the thing. Danny Elfman is bigger as a film score writer, as a soundtrack composer, than he ever was in Oingo Boingo. Mm-hmm. And most people don't even know that Danny Elfman was in Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo were an afterthought. Rob Zombie is not that big. Rob Zombie had 15 minutes and then went.
Yeah, and the Simpsons theme is the biggest thing Elfman ever did.
Except for the Simpsons theme sounds exactly like the Tales from the Crypt theme, and it sounds exactly like the Nightmare Before Christmas theme, and it sounds exactly like the Batman theme, and they're all
the Batman.
They're all the same fucking piece of music.
And an Oingo Boingo B-side.
Yeah, they're all the same thing. And don't get me wrong, it goes back to what we were saying about AC/DC. You do what people like.
Jim, good to see you, dude. That's my old drummer. We used to play together for years and years. Jim Leary.
Johnny Beane live. Jim Leary.
Good to see you, man.
Jim Leary.
Kevin Coachell. Steven Tyler did do a country album. Did it sell?
And JR, you're bringing up the Beatles were the only ones that really pulled off changing their sound so drastically and still being crazy popular because they were the groundbreakers. They were the greatest rock band to this day in history. They were the groundbreakers. They set the bar. They
what though?
Anything technically.
Yellow Submarine was a failure. In comparison to their other stuff, it was a failure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it was massive, but when you place it against the other records, it was a failure. Half the record is a piece of shit. All the soundtrack stuff is garbage. The songs on it are great, but side 2,
well, you could also play with Beatles, squish them like bugs, Beatles. Who likes bug music? It's like the Flintstones episode, bug music.
Yellow meh.
But the thing about the Beatles, you also could look at like Sgt. Pepper's with the Bee Gees, no less. playing.
Yeah, that was a stiff.
Playing in the music, but at the same time, you're the Beatles, you're the bar. You can't really make as many mistakes as other people. Some people's career dies after one mistake album. You know?
Yeah, keep in mind though, when the Beatles split up, they all had their own visions, right? And none of their solo material is anywhere close to what they were as a unit.
Oh,
because don't get me wrong, they had their moments. I mean, obviously, McCartney has had a very respectable solo career. George Harrison had a very respectable solo career. John Lennon had a very iffy solo career that is better in hindsight than it was at the time.
And you don't know where it could have gone.
Right. We don't know, and that's the problem.
I mean, I don't think anyone expected, say,
right.
Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson to be such a blistering hit in the 80s. You never know what Lennon could have done with someone,
But there's a great example. There's a great example of being self-indulgent. If guys like George Harrison and John Lennon and Paul McCartney can't do these amazing self-indulgent records, having been members of the biggest band in the history of recorded music, if people aren't going to follow them to their place of self-indulgence, nobody can do it.
Yeah. I mean, that's as good as it gets as the Beatles, really.
I mean, again, when you're the bar, you're the greatest.
No one can take that away from you.
When you're the bar, when you're the measuring stick, you're the greatest, which is why I still put Jimmy above Eddie, because he's still the measuring stick.
Oh, my goodness.
See,
Jimmy, he's still the measuring stick.
Not to me.
Like I said, I left it at, Jimmy, put the appetizer in the salad and set the table, and Eddie cooked the main course. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
He's still the measuring stick. What do they say about Eddie Van Halen? Greatest guitar player since Hendrix. Hendrix is still the measuring stick, and when you're the measuring stick, you're the best. I don't necessarily have to agree with it, but it's the truth. The masses have spoken. The world has already set. He's the bar. Just like I don't agree that Elvis was the king of rock and roll. I think Chuck Berry and Fats Domino and Little Richard and Jerry Lee Lewis were all better than Elvis Presley.
I agree 100%.
All better than Elvis Presley. But the people have spoken, whether we agree or not.
Rolling Stone?
I think Jane Mansfield was way hotter than Marilyn Monroe. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And Chugs. And that girl gave head like nobody else.
My favorite is that picture of
Google it, kids. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just Google Jane Mansfield head.
My favorite picture is that old classic picture of Sophia Loren staring at Jane Mansfield's
over
tits.
at her cleavage.
Yeah, because Sophia Loren had fantastic tits in her own right, but even she had to bow down to the mistress.
Not like that. And it's so funny. It was such a deep cut dress, and she's just like,
yep.
Lenny Lou and Mary got that joke. Thank you.
Yeah, nice job. Too soon?
Yeah, no, too soon. Oh, if only. Well, we know right now Betty White is the queen of huffing down hot dogs. So I'm telling you, I'm gonna rewind, take a still of that, and masturbate the hell out of it. My dick's gonna be so raw. Sorry, Mom. At least it's not that time you caught me falling asleep with a sock on my flagpole. It's not that bad, Mom. So there have been worse times. Oh, are we on the air?
Yeah, we're looking at
your laundry. Wear your socks.
We're looking at 4 hours, and I can't put these guys off anymore. I gotta go.
We're gonna do the closing credits. We have 1 minute of closing credits. Let's do it. For starters, let me wish everybody out there a very, very, very Merry Christmas. We love you all so much. We appreciate you as our audience. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas. Happy Festivus for the rest of us. But we're really appreciating. We just want you to know, especially during this holiday season, please be safe. Please social distance. Stay away from your family just this once to protect yourselves. Wear a mask. Wash your hands.
Speaking of that, John, you missed the biggest story of the week.
Which was
Steel Panther.
what happened?
They played 3 shows, all maskless.
And they're being stupid right now. So I'm as much as I fucking
look at that. That was just the other day.
Okay, well, that's a super spreader. And you know what? If you're going to go to an event like that and you're not going to wear a mask, then I want you to go register your name in the hospital database as forfeiting yourself from getting a hospital bed. Because I have friends right now in LA, nurses, doctors that are crying every day, doing triage, picking who lives and who dies because who gets a bed, who gets a ventilator. It's crazy out here. So anyway, like I said, just please do yourself a favor because we love you. I'm just telling you this. This isn't a political thing. It's a health thing. Wash your hands, wear a mask, social distance. Being apart from your family one Christmas means you'll have them alive and not getting sick or worse for a lot of other Christmases that you could celebrate together when everyone's through the other side of this pandemic. And again, my shame goes out to Steel Panther. I love you guys, but this was a stupid fucking thing to do. And I'm pretty pissed hearing about that and seeing that. Wow. So, like I said, no, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane,
no,
man.
It's stupid. It's not a political thing. This is a health thing. This is stupid. This is outright stupid. You know, there's science behind it. So just follow the science and, you know, just do the right thing. Protect yourself and your friends, your family. Anyway, look, be kind to each other. If you could do something great for someone, do it remotely. And don't forget, especially with older relatives, call them, video call them, phone call them. Don't let them be alone emotionally on Christmas. Just because you can't physically be there, call grandma, call your aunt, call your cousins, call your friends. Christmas can be a very lonely and depressing time for some people. So make sure to reach out to those you care about. Tell them you love them. Tell them you miss them. And next year, we'll all be through this, hopefully. And we can have, you know, a real good Christmas in person because we all, you know, survived.
And let's see that shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Colleen wants to see it.
By the way, that was four minutes of, we have 1 minute of credits left.
There you go. Okay. Santa Claus is coming. That's what she said.
Giggity.
Well, Santa better wipe it up, that fat bastard. Oh, my God. I just lost all my presents, I'm sure.
Oh.
Let's thank you to our channel members on this holiday coming up. Thank you, Halface, James Gum, David Crosby is a dildo fucker. Please change that. 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., Frag 5150, Pal Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Bent Tom, Thomas Santiago, Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Jesus Rapes Me, Randy Price, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
And thank you to our channel members also, Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Richard Poole, Linny Lou and Mary, Gargets Entertainment, Susan Silvestri, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Brian Bolden, Wayne O.A., Jarhead Rock, Stephen Franklin, Will Starr, R. Habs, David Shea Gomery, Bozique, Crazy Cook 678, Carol Hatcher, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, Julia Baldessari, and KXM Rock. And let me just give a personal note here. And this is this is for Johnny and Paul. Speaking for myself on a very personal note, it is an honor to spend my year on Tuesdays working with you. This is my Christmas blessing, is being able to work with you two guys. And I love you both. And I wish you both a Merry Christmas. And Merry Christmas to everyone, of course, in the chat, because we love and appreciate our fans and all the other Johnny Bean hosts and people that work on the shows. So thank you for being out there for us. And here's to you. Merry Christmas, everybody. We love you.
Hey, Mancuda, that was the nicest suicide goodbye speech I've ever heard.
I won't be here next week.
Oh, yeah, clearly.
You never know.
It's a good time, even if it's 4 hours and 4 minutes on a night that we were planning on doing 3 hours.
There you go. But it needs to be blast. I love you guys and I appreciate you, and I love and appreciate our audience, and it needs to be said. And everyone else on the other Beane shows, I want them to know how I feel about them as well. And look, my little Christmas rhino also loves and appreciates the audience. Thank you, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Oh,
My best friend in the world. And I love you, Mom. If you're watching, I love you because I know you're watching.
Now you do.
Oh, you know you're Jewish, John. Santa's not giving you nothing.
So much for that stalker. You can talk about it all you want, but he's not coming to your home.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Humbug. Humbug. Johnny Bean show sucks. Merry Christmas. Instead of Merry Christmas, it's Merry Christmas.
All right, I got to go. The dog's got to go. Later. Thank you for everything. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Love you, John. Not you so much, Johnny.
Meh.
I kidding. Meh. I got to go. I'm going to have a dog shit in the house.
Yeah.
All right. A lump of coal on your floor. There you go.
I got to go exercise.
I got to go masturbate and eat. Not eat the masturbation, but, food after. I'm hungry after I come. So anyway.
Good night, everybody.
A lot like Fistmas.
We'll see you guys. See you soon. Make sure to subscribe, click the bell.
And we hope you all get what you want for Christmas. Peace on earth. Goodwill towards men.
Yeah. All right. Johnny Bean TV. Good night.
Ho, ho, ho.